use it. Yes. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh. Oh. My hot cocoa? Oh. I'm just waiting on hot cocoa water. I'm here and also thinking about what I want to do. Not what I want to do, but like how I want to structure it. So I'm just kind of jamming to the music. Do I use... I guess I could use a bit of a word pad. It's... Long time GM, knowing only how to use a word pad. What's... If you know the song from Adventure Time, it's one of my favorite covers. I just use the D&D Monday recap as like, let's just do a thing. DM thoughts? Let's see. Eh. Can I? Is it set correctly? I don't know. I'll figure it out. Oh, it is! Oh shit. Let's put this in front of the screen and put this on the side. Then to F11. Then we have... Oh, that's huge. Wait, what? What? It should be... maybe if I take it off a little. What? Mine is showing up. Mine is not showing up. Oh, right. I know why it's not showing up. You dum-dum. You little bongo. Because you didn't put the stage all the way to the bottom. Yeah, okay, then we can actually like... How do I minimize? Oh, because I'm on the wrong screen. I don't really need these. Yes. Yes. Is that enough? I guess I could make my font bigger. Let's do it. Let's have it like 24. Testing. That's not big enough. That's what she said. Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I think I can go 40. Yeah, I like that. DM thoughts. Me. Hello. It's I. DM thoughts. Okay, yeah, that's fairly readable. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. I gotta get my hot cocoa. Hold on. You come with me. Now I know the music is still fairly loud. That's okay, because I'm not fully here yet. I gotta get my hot cocoa. With a little bit of milk. That bit of lactate. Listen, you're with me, hearing me do my thing. Do I normally start on time? No. No, not at all. Why? Does anybody ever? I gotta get my brain primed. If I can get this goddamn milk open. Excuse me. How is this difficult? There we go. I was like, huh? Yes. So, here's how you make hot cocoa. First, you grab a big old mug. Then, you get selfish. You don't grab one packet. No, you make two. Then, you stir it pretty well. And then you pour a little bit of milk. Yes. Oh god, this part of the song, I love it. That's the real reason. I just wanted to listen to a little bit of music first. If you have not yet heard of Samuel Kim and like his musical covers, I highly recommend. They're so much fun. I love the Yo, Oz! Welcome in! I'm way too used to... I'm still... After all these years, I'm still used to calling you Az. Even though I don't even think I fully ever did. Aside from, like, Saren. And or your actual name that I won't say. Corbo! Welcome in, buddy! Ah, yes. Yes. Oh, you said stuff. Yes. Did I reply to your message while talking on stream? Yes. Is it smart of me? No, not at all. However, that does mean we have about to begin, where I start to lessen the music level. Yes, a good 40. A good 55. Depending on what happens next. Where am I? Excuse me. Oh, damn. I went over 15. It's because I like listening to music. Well, it's fine, because tonight is a bit of a solo, so I am going to go a little bit later tonight. I have a bit of a allowance. I mean, I'll still be taking a break the normal time, because garbage night. But, you know, such is life. Now, where is my Fugi? And if you caught on to the fact that this music was from Avatar, The Last Airbender, you were real one. If you didn't, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm kidding. But welcome in, everybody. My name is Shaved Tomato. I am your host for tonight. I mean, I'm your host every time, because why? Who else owns this tavern? Jesus. Oh. But that being said, welcome in to Ales at the Yapping Porthole behind the GM screen. Tonight I'm mainly talking about myself. You selfish prick. No, but I'm basically gonna... I'm yapping about my process as a DM, as well as mainly what led me to become a DM. As, you know, one of my first few streams was me talking about my journey to becoming a player and journey to finding the game, as well as where that's kind of gotten me, right? But sitting in a player's seat is definitely different from being on the other side as a DM, and part of it is, for me at least, had to be overcoming that fear that a lot of people tend to have, and I say a lot, I mean a majority of the... Let me lower down a little bit more. a majority of the player base is is just players, you know, because most people are too nervous to become a GM, and sometimes they go into it dipping their waters and they're like, nah, it ain't me, which is totally okay. It's fine if you take a dip and it turns out GMing is not for you. It's fine if you started off as a GM and realized, nah, I like being a player more. And sometimes you get into, like me, a character addiction. Not a character addiction. You get into a character creation addiction, and you're like, well, damn, the only time to play all of these characters is to become a GM. I was partly there, and I have to sneeze. I have to sneeze. Hold on. Oh, I'm back. That was a big sneeze. But yeah, part of it is, well, there are a few things that definitely led up to me becoming a GM. Emotionally, scientifically, philosophically, scientifically, geometrically. No. Jelly, thank you for the lurk. I hope you're having a good stream right now because I know you streaming. Definitely not just because I was trying to lurk earlier, but I know y'all is doing a bit of the art. I think you're doing some art as well as I think Claire is working on her model. But hey, yo, I mean, I know people are here. If you have a chance to check out Jelly and Clara. Uh, my hands are in a cross, so uh, you know, he's gonna. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Go check them out. They're cool. Oh, makers and crafting. I don't know what that's about, but it sounds fun. But yeah, tonight is mainly gonna be DM thoughts. DM thoughts? No. Um, I'm also gonna try to cover. Uh, sorry, I got into the music. I'm also gonna try to cover part of how I do my process as a dungeon master, things that I'm currently learning as one, because this is my first official long-term campaign. Not that it's my first time DMing, I've DM'd before, but a long-term not even adventure, a long-term campaign is a big investment. That's it. It really is. Like, you, for the ones who can do really long campaigns, like I've seen people go into 100 sessions. One of my first two campaigns went to 115 sessions before we finally, well, ended, because you know, I think the top 110 to 15 was our final battle, which was some world ending shit, right? It wasn't even going up against gods, it was literally trying to stop the gates of hell from being opened and the biggest city in the continent from being overrun by a bunch of devils, which was fun because we had to fight against airships. My dude kind of had to solo one to make a distraction for the rest of the party until they managed to lure the final boss into a spot where we could fight. I won't get into that even more. That's just me getting into a ramble. Oh. Okay, well, hold on. I forgot to put this as my playlist. I need to get a playlist without music. You know the one, if you've been here before. That's a lie. We're staying with this one. I like this. I will just try my best not to sing along, and I'll lower it down a little bit. But hot cocoa break. I will try to structure this as best as I can. So, even though I definitely should have done this beforehand, I'll do it on stream. DM thoughts. Where to begin? Let's go with. Oh. Let's do it like 36. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. My everything, my Penelope. That is all mine. Sorry, this is not a karaoke stream, but I like this song. Anyway, when did I want to become a GM? The answer is, I don't know. I had been so scared to becoming a GM for a long time, even though I started D&D around like officially around 2019, somewhere between 2014 and then was kind of when 5th edition was making its rounds, right? I mean, it came out 2014, but up until then, it had always been a background thought. Okay, well, don't make the music go like that. Okay. It was always a background thought. You always had, like, the Big Bang Theory. I don't remember when that came out. I'm not going to Google it because I'm lazy. But it came out. You saw D&D there. You watched Community. You saw D&D there. You saw a few other shows way back when. Probably somehow D&D. And that kind of pushed me and my siblings to... Okay, well, it was me and just my oldest brother to being like, okay, let's get into... Do we get into D&D? Is this the year we get into D&D? And there. I was interested in how DMs can do the shit they can do. I don't know. I still question how DMs do the things they do. And I am one now. Right? And it's... What I will say, as just like an early thing, it's so much power as a DM. Yeah, that's right. I'm not a player. I'm a puppeteer. Just kidding. The DM is just as much of a player. But okay, yeah, no, I gotta change. I'm gonna get too into this playlist. No, Athena, stop it. Eh. You know the one. Nope. It's so quiet now. My thoughts are quiet. I don't like it. Renaissance Fair vibes? What is that playlist? Okay. Let's see what's going on there. Oh, these are definitely DMCA videos. I mean, songs. Fuck it. Ooh. You know what? I like this. It is definitely Fireflies by Owl City. I'm into it. Okay. I don't know how well you guys can hear that. If it's too quiet, let me know. If you want a little bit louder, okay. If you want a little bit quieter, also tell me. My words are slurring. Not that I'm saying slurs. What's your favorite slur? No. But yeah, so what I was saying before is that there was a slow lead up between my siblings and I getting into like board games. Me, Arson, Chuck Beaks, and my older brother, who is a brand risk. What's your favorite what? What's your favorite slur? I'll say it again. Don't actually say it. Don't actually say it, please. Please. No, but yeah, there had been a lead up. We mainly played board games, and a lot of the time, I was the one who was explaining the rules to my siblings, including Arson, and don't crack. And half the time, even though I was the one explaining it, I'm like, brother, what the heck is this paper saying? What's this instruction manual saying? Can you see it? But eventually, I became the one in our table, in our board game table, just being like, it seems I was about to say my actual name. I'm sorry. It seems like I'm the one who ends up reading the rules and understanding them a little bit faster from word, and then we just try to implement them into actual play. That way we understand them more from practice, right? I think that was like a small taste of what it was for me, where I was just like, okay, I can be the one who somewhat facilitates. But there's a difference between facilitating learning a board game and facilitating certain other things uh, that I can go with, right? I do not like taking the lead. I actually am kind of trash at it. I'm better at it now, but way back when I was a ball of anxiety who was just like, I don't want to take the lead on this. There's stuff I want to do, but I don't know how to put my foot forward. That was one of my bigger flaws. I'm much better now, but definitely back then. And for anyone who has known me, I mean, you know me now, and you know the jokes I kind of do, and you know the kind of subjects I talk into. I'm a very, very different person than I used to be back then, right? Because I used to be not an actual teacher, but a Sunday school teacher's assistant. So I had to deal with a lot of toddlers. They have so much energy, and they like you have to handle cats climbing on you. I had to handle children using me as like I don't even know. They just like climb on you. I'm like, Jesus Christ, let me have a break. I'm not that strong. 5'2", not that strong. But yeah, and sometimes I was facilitating other stuff. So I definitely had a taste of someone who was taking the lead of groups of at least 8 to 10, sometimes 12 people. Droid, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys. If you don't... Oh, you're doing art? Ooh. What kind of art were you doing, buddy? Welcome in. If you haven't had a chance to see Story Droid, you really should. They're hilarious. They're funny. Those are two of the same thing. And they're cool as heck. And also, they're fun to play with. You should definitely check them out. They're Again, they're hilarious. That's like one of the biggest things about them that I have come to understand, and is just a grand old time. So, working on a castle room for Aina. Yo, excuse me, a castle room for Aina? Ooh. Ooh, well, damn, okay. Is it for Aina's, like, what's it called? Like her VTuber palace from, my brain. Oh my god, Avernus. There you go, not Aventus. Jesus Christ. Send pics. I do want to see pics. Chat's not gonna get to see pics. These pics are for me. Well, they're for Aina, but they're for my eyes only until they're ready. I mean, unless you want to check out Droid's VOD, which you should, because check them out. But yeah, guys. For anyone who's coming in at a raid, one, if you got a raid and run, I am more than understanding. My brain is malfunctioning. My brain is less functioning now that there are lyrics. Ooh. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh yeah, that's right, because you work in like 3D. God damn, dude. Okay. God damn. Hell yeah, dude. It's coming together. I don't know what that is at the top, and it scares me. It looks like some sort of... Oh, wait. I won't ask what those are, but it looks like the purple flower that Aina has on her design, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I like it. But yeah, if you have to raid and run, I fully understand. Thank you for coming in for the raids. And if you want to stick around, well, you're more than welcome. My name is Shaved Tomato, and you are currently here with me at the my own tavern that was drawn by hold on, by JV Goblin over here on, well, it's to my right, behind me, right, in a picture frame. That is JV Goblin, the artist and friend who made me this tavern, which I love very much. The Yapping Porthole is where I host these small little tavern talks about D&D, TRPG, with friends and people who, well, with mostly with friends, and people that I can convince to hop on later on, to talk about, again, D&D, TRPG, other interests. If I can give someone a spotlight for like projects that are incoming, maybe role playing and some other stuff, I would definitely bring them on. Almond, welcome in. And it's really just shooting the shit with people in a small little magical tavern sort of thing. Honestly, if you've ever heard of Hello from the Magical Tavern, right? It's a little bit based off that, but also mainly based off, which is also based off of just adventurers meeting at a tavern, right? It's just that classic trope, and I wanted to play into it. So it's a few inspirations. I got an invite to play Peak last night. You did get an invitation to play Peak. I was trying to invite my friends on stream, and I accidentally clicked your name, and I was like, oh, I have to uninvite you. Don't click. Please don't click. Oh, yeah. But, yeah, that did happen. But yeah, tonight is just a bit of a solo night for me. Other nights, if you've ever been here before, you'd know that when I do solos, sometimes I work on my own DM notes. And tonight is me kind of yapping about how I got into, not how I got into D&D, because I did that as one of my first few streams, but how I got to the seat behind the screen of the D&D GM or DM. Did you draw your background? No. We big on the yapping here. We are big on the yapping here. Remember, if you have any questions, whether it is TRPG, I mean, if it's other TRPG outside of D&D, I may not know it. In which case, if you have information, I might just read it and learn something myself. You know? Because, oh my god, this is from, if you know the song, it's from Divinity. God damn. No, this background is by JV Goblin, a friend of mine who is also a fellow GM. And honestly, I love her her storybook art style, and that's why I wanted her to be the one to make mine, because it's just the vibe I wanted for the stream, and I love it. That being said, I was saying before, I had some experiences even before D&D of kind of being in front, oh god, public speaking, of people who like as low as 6 people, as much as like 10 to 12 people. That is, I was never fully comfortable with being on that spot, because again, back then I was still a really big ball of anxiety. But I mean, I've had to perform folk dances in front of various sizes of crowds, including one from a parade. So, you know, your boy had to channel some of the, performance ability. Oh god, maybe not phrase it that way. Some of the ability to lock in during a performance, because you do not want to mess up in front of hundreds of people. And, even that is still a different than being at a table in front of, or even in call with 4 to 8 people, and putting your entire imagination and attention to, one, corralling them all to show up with you so that you can all play, and 2, focusing as much of your mind on what it is they want in a story as well as what you want, and then letting them all mesh meaningfully or as fun as you can, right? And there will be, and along with that is all of the pitfalls you'll come with in terms of storytelling, role playing, whatever. You're gonna mess up. It's my first campaign officially, and I know that it's not gonna be the best, right? It's all uphill from here because I'm starting at the bottom. But there had been smaller adventures and smaller one-shots that had, built up to where I am now. So what is this song? So, when did I want to become a GM? No clue. It's just the various build-ups that eventually I was like, I think it's my turn. I saw yesterday you ran out of room on your Yapping Porthole. Yeah. Let me actually show you. So, yesterday I had friends that fit perfectly on these chairs. Now, normally you think, whoa, there's a chair right here. Maybe I could sit here at the end of the table. And maybe I will have someone sit there. It's kind of hilarious because that's a little bit on the edge. Okay, Wellerman, you need to stop right now. I need you to stop. No! No! But no, last night I actually sat right here. Right here. Just kind of bouncing on my own stool. You know? There's other seats here at the bar. You never know. Okay, let me. Eh. Eh. Not the timeout corner. It kind of is. And my friend basically stole my seat. I loved it. It's funny. But yeah, ass. Eh. Where is it? I just had it. Okay, but yeah. Uh, how did I become a GM? Oh no. When did I become a GM? There, like, although there were lead ups and not as like a full blown adventure, there were a few ones that we got. The biggest one that we had first was the Lost Mines of Phandelver adventure, which I'm running now as a jumping off point for my Monday games, right? With Arson and them. But before my oldest brother actually was the one who tried to run it for us, right? Like, my mother don't know. We got the actual little box of the Lost Mines of Phandelver starting kit, and they gave you the little minis, they give you a small GM screen, you got the little papers, the pre-generated characters, and you're like, whoa, choose one, let's go on the adventure. And then you realize, guys, this is we don't learn this the same way we do as a board game. That's not how this works. And I say that being like, the starting kit gives you ways to tell the story straight from the book, right? They give you a little pamphlet being like, here's how the adventure goes, here's how you run this chapter, here's how you do the things. And I think this was definitely the first telling signs of finding out. It really should have been when we were like, do we all just have ADHD? Probably should have been a big sign, because none of us could pay attention to the rules. We're like, how do you do the turns for a fight? What chapter is that on? I don't know. Do we even know how to create a character? I don't know. There's a lot of effort here that we did not sign up for. I thought you would just get a character sheet somehow and then you start playing, and it turns out no. Exactly. And it's funny because when sometime after we ended up getting, if you've ever played the board game Betrayal at House on the Hill, that is the closest thing I can say to a somewhat randomized D&D one-shot for the night, because those things can take you at least 30 minutes, if not a little bit more, to play. Thank you for the hydrate. I am going to just be like, have I ever intentionally killed someone's character? Well, have I ever killed someone off because I didn't vibe with their character? Well, I have never killed off their character, nor have I ever killed off the player. Killed off the character, right? Killed off the character? Thankfully, no. The biggest thing I will answer for that is, in D&D, one of the biggest advice anyone, or at least most people, will give is just communicate. It is a game of communication. You need to talk to each other. If you can't talk to each other, then that should already be a sign for either like find out who needs to go, right? No or not yet. Not yet. If I hope not, I hope never, but not yet, because what I want to do is, or at least my mindset is, and I think it's a fairly common song rolling in my brain. Communication, communication, communication. Exactly. You need in a game in a social game like Dungeons and Dragons, you should first and foremost be willing to communicate because you literally have to talk to each other for hours. Oh no, yeah, no. Oh, oh no, you fell into a lava pool. Death, death, blood, blood. There, that is definitely a joke in the community. I think some people have outright done it though. I forget if, but that is like a horror story. At that point, um, you are both a bad GM and a bad player, right? Because however a situation like that leads up to itself, just me is like spilling over some sort of unresolved resentment between GM players, either one, the other, or all of them, right? In which case, the table will break down, right? Maybe the player had been doing things that are not necessarily sus, but terrible etiquette. Well, not necessarily terrible etiquette. Maybe bad etiquette, right? Uh, Either too much of a spotlight hog, as in anytime anyone else tries to do anything, this player might be trying to make their character seem cooler, like essentially one-upping whatever that character tries to do or trying to show that they can do better, right? And I have had to play with someone like that before, and it was on stream. I was a professional. We were professionals about it, but eventually we never completed the adventure because it was just supposed to be like a short 4-session adventure. And we were just like, yo, we literally just cannot play with this person again because the three of us have the chemistry for letting etiquette play through. This dude has none of that. And it's not just like because he's a stranger, it's because this dude cannot for the life of them understand that what they're doing is just a lot of the biggest no-nos you can do on a table. Can I create an OP character? Like a max health, max everything? What challenges would my character go through if I'm maxed out? Ooh, T. Can you create an OP character? Yes, you can. Like a maxed out health, maxed out everything. Uh, so a big thing about classes is that each class that you choose gets a different starting health pool, like a different hit die, which is like if you're a wizard, you get a 6-sided die for your hit points, right? As you're starting. If you're a barbarian, I forget if it's 1d10 or 1d12, but the more tanky classes have a higher starting hit die for and that's you get that same die every level, so it just stacks. If you have a 6-sided die for every level, then the gap between a wizard and a barbarian / paladin who have a higher die is going to be different. Can you get a max level? You can. Oh, D20. I don't have that bot. I have that bot. Well, you can if you put all of your, Harry bot. No, I do not. I do not. I know other people do, but I do not. I've just got all I've got is a gaming laptop, and it's doing its best with what little it can go with. That being said, in terms of stats for Dungeons and Dragons, maximum stat everything you're probably never going to see, and if you do, it's probably a god. But you're never going to reach like 99. If it's 99, oh wait, actually you might. I know there's a time dragon that is not meant to be defeated at all. It's just supposed to be like this is just an entity no one can take. Like that's like barely below, not barely, but it's like the only thing higher than it is Ao, which is the overgod. But outside of that, you're like there are creatures that can go beyond level a 20 stat, which is the normal maximum that any of your stats can go. Same with some items that allow you to do so as a player, but you're really only gonna see one of your 6 stats go to like a maximum, right? If ever. And after that, it's just like, you have your focus, either you have your secondary, and But I know that that's not necessarily what you were asking. That was kind of like more of a meme, but I answer questions unironically. But as it challenges that your character could go through if you're maxed out, the biggest challenge is probably no one wants to play with you. Like, that's it. Like, if you just have like a maxed out character, not fitting in with the table, I guess, but it's like, where do you go from there, right? Because if it's just like, and I'll get into this probably later on tonight, where same thing with having maximum stats, writing a backstory that is just your entire character's story, and somehow your character is like the greatest thing ever before session 1. And I talked with this with my DM just earlier tonight. You don't really have much of a story to tell after that, right? Maybe it's a personality. It could be a personality challenge, right? And I would say that would be a good challenge to have. But that definitely also rides more on your ability as a role player slash, well, not necessarily just a role player, just like an improv scene partner. Role playing doesn't necessarily mean you have to act. Role playing just means like you know your character well enough to do things mechanically and thematically, regardless of whether or not they're actually saying anything, right? I forgot you're role playing this game. Yeah, yeah. So if you had stats, you basically just can't fail. There's also the main character energy, Drake. Hey, what up, Drake? To consider too, where one player wants to do everything and can take away the fun from other players. That is, have you ever roleplayed anything crazy? Not yet. But yeah, no, Drake makes a good point, and this is actually what I was saying before. The kind of spotlight hog is what we call the main character syndrome. They hate failure. They cannot fail anything. Anytime that they would fail anything, they essentially argue why they deserve to succeed. And then it's just like, really, you just become an attention hog where every scene is about you somehow. We call that a narcissist as well. And it's just a mess. Most of the time, nobody wants to play with them. I have seen other people play with them, and I have seen some of my friends play with them, and I'm just like, brother, you may have to bring this up, because otherwise, I kind of have to recommend you leave. I do not see you having fun, and it is not fun to watch everyone else have to deal with this person who is either talking too much at the table or simply not allowing anyone else have a chance to like speak. It's not even just about, you're not giving them a chance to tell their story. You're not inviting other people to your scene. You're just not letting them talk. Like, it's in the same vein as a dungeon master or GM who can't let go of control, and I'll talk about this, and is like more like, where a player can have main character syndrome, a GM, I'd say the equivalent is, you might as well be writing a book. Now, as for the question of have I ever played anything crazy, I would say, there's a loud song. I would say the closest I can do is, this song is intense. What is happening? She's serious. Is Ink. If you look on the right side of the screen, there is a small cat with butterfly wings and a crown on the shelf. That is Ink the cat. She's the closest thing that I would say has been my most chaotic character. because I essentially just let her be my intrusive thoughts. Um, and essentially, it's just like I let her play because she's just. I actually had intentions for her character, but personality wise, she's just not even a real cat. She's a cat familiar, which is a fey spirit who was given the form of a cat and then cursed into being an actual cat who can talk and walk on her 2 feet. So that for me introduced a sense of chaos of being like, I don't know what I'm doing and I don't know why I can talk. So let's just behave as I used to, as like, you know how like witches familiars have, like the black cat? That's Ink. And oh yeah, GM hardcore railroading is along the same lines. Yeah. Railroading is something I also want to talk about later tonight. But yeah, uh, she's the closest thing I have to chaotic, which is funny because she's now an NPC for my Monday games. I definitely toned down a little bit of the chaos, but I let her be a part of the chaos when she can be, right? It's just the point of she's an NPC. I'm not there to make her be like a focal point in scenes. She's just kind of there to be like, oh, there's something fun. She would join in, Yee! And then just be of like a fun prop. Oh, I have to send you a video of my cat coming home. Hi, after the vet. Yes, please. Yes, please. Hmm. Have I done strange characters? I do want to play more strange characters. Eventually, players reach a point of I have played a lot of like average build characters where it's like I play a classic wizard, I play a classic sorcerer, I play a mash 'em all up barbarian with a big old axe, and eventually you reach I play a sentient piece of bread who carries itself through the air using mage hand. Or I'm not the warrior with a magic sword. I am the magic sword, and I'm using my will to animate this fucking guy. But those are just small things. That being said, where am I with the thingy? It's funny because I'm still on the point of when did I want to become a GM? But yeah, after when we were getting into the starting kit for Lost Mines of Phandelver, my oldest brother was the first one to run it for us. Again, we're like terrible time with the rules. We had no idea what was going on, but we went with the first session. Create your characters. You all meet Gundren Rockseeker at the tavern. Introduce your characters. Let's read the character sheet. What the fuck does any of this say? Didn't you guys behead someone? Oh, you remember that story. That was Kuya, my oldest brother. If you know Tagalog, Kuya is not his name. Kuya is just what I call him because calling him his actual name is a little weird to me. You know, it's just me. It just means older brother or oldest brother. But yeah, he didn't necessarily cut off someone's head. This is one of my most memorable time as a GM. Actually, this story, and it was one of the biggest lead ups to me wanting to get into an actual game in 2019, 2018 ish, somewhere in that region. The biggest thing was he ran Lost Mines of Phandelver for us, and we had no idea what was going on. So we got through the first goblin fight. That shit was brutal because level 1 is a survival act in itself. Level 1 is dangerous and difficult into battle where it's like if you're just getting into a fight, you're probably going to die, especially if you don't know the rules. Like if you don't know cover rules to hide behind something, if you don't know stuff, good luck. Right? Getting to level 2 is normally when people get their subclass, which 1, you get more hit points, and 2, you get more abilities. But for us, we finished it. We got over to the cave that you go to in the first one. We reached level 2. We had no idea how to level up. We had not. months went by before we tried again. And by that point, my cousin was the one who tried to run Lost Mines of Fandelver for us. This time, we skipped the first fight and we're like, let's just go to town. That's where we are. And he took a week to prepare what would kind of happen. He read ahead, which honestly is what you should be doing for a pre-written adventure. Just read ahead to get a good gist of the adventure. He read ahead, he had some plans, he wrote notes down. However, and this is one of the pitfalls for newer GMs, that's right, with this song, good God, a lot of these songs are like coming at perfect timing. But yeah, my cousin unfortunately did not know, well, because none of us knew what it meant to be a GM. So for him, he was just like, all right, here's scenes that I want to do. Here's what I'm going to say is going to happen to narrate the story. And you guys are going to take control when certain fights happen, right? So in the adventure, eventually, as your characters travel through town, there will be the Red Brand Ruffian encounter, where if they go looking for trouble, they're going to find the Red Brands. And if they don't, and they just happen to be doing stuff, the Red Brands are going to hear about their name, and they're going to fight them. It's kind of a small tutorial battle when you're actually a little bit stronger. Is it railroading? Absolutely. But again, it's a starting kit. And, you know, every adventure is going to have some sort of railroad. If you're doing heavy railroad, that's bad. If you're doing a light enough railroad just to be like, here's plot hooks, here's something you can go to, here's foreshadowing, and you choose to yourself, do I follow it or do I just keep doing this and that and see where that goes? In which case, that's most of my Monday sessions. But in my cousin's case, he had no idea what the balancing act is. What up, Hex? Wait, aren't you streaming right now, Hex? Welcome in. I'm Yapping more D&D. But yeah, my cousin, man, I'm really throwing him under the bus. During this encounter we had gotten into the fight and we were all preparing to fight. Well, if you're here, first, guys, if you haven't checked out Hex, you should. Let me give you a shout out real quick, because I know you just finished, so I'm gonna still give you a shout out. Go check them out. Oh, Green Hell, damn. Okay, I don't know what that's about yet, but yeah. This is where I was talking about of like when we were talking about like heavy railroading and DMPCs, which is a dungeon master's personal character. Personal character. It's, I know he wanted to use it as a storytelling device. Okay, now you go, buddy. He wanted to use this character as a story device to kind of put us into like an adventurer mindset of, oh, that was cool, right? But what happened was my brother got surrounded, my brother's character got surrounded by the bandits, and instead of that fight being for us to figure our way out from the danger, like fight our way out and like find a place to hide, my cousin brought in this random NPC who throws a smoke bomb, grabs my brother's character, and then tells everyone to follow him. Not our happiest scene, right? Because one of the pitfalls is taking away player agency, where we kind of talked ourselves into trouble, but we didn't get to do much about it, right? And I even from like this past Monday, I was definitely nervous about doing that because of what the encounter was, or at least the nature of that encounter, which I will talk about. Trying to balance out that act, right? Because in that moment with my cousin, he essentially took away our decision to stay in the fight, get out of it, you know, not unscathed, but seeing who lives or who dies, and you know, coming out of it stronger, right? Maybe at a level up. But that's not his fault. Again, none of us knew what the fuck we're doing. But that was one thing that we learned from there on, where it's just like, don't take control of my character. You know, don't tell my character what it is that's happening to them. Let my character do the thing. I mean, sometimes, you know, you have to tell them what's happening to their character, right? But not like being forced into a thing. It's just more of like, if they get themselves into trouble, or if someone is actively casting something at them or against them, you still should be giving them a way out, right? Because letting their creativity run through is part of what makes the game the game. But kind of going from there, another pitfall that happened in that same session was we listened to the character that he wanted to go through. We went to the place that his character wanted us to go to, snuck into their base, went to the back door, and set it on fire. Because that's what players do. You set things on fire. You kill everything in sight because you are psychopaths. So is my brother. This piece of information will become relevant shortly. Players have this wonderful level of creativity of what my cousin had to go through as not knowing anything about the pitfalls of a DM, which is that players will always find a way to essentially break your entire mental script. And it comes with the territory of being a flexible dungeon master. What the frick is this song? All right, I gotta. I'm very hype up. I need songs without music. This song totally has music. Yeah. Nah. Yeah, nah. Yeah, okay. Okay, look. My cousin had to go through not just controlling our characters and us being a little bit unhappy with it. He had to go through the fact that we broke all his plans that he spent at least 1 or 2 weeks planning, and then having nothing to go off of. Because we immediately set everything on fire because we thought all our enemies are in here. Let's smoke them out. Let's use all these barrels of oil that they decided to keep in one place, and they'll never expect us to set it on fire. If there's an explosion, we die. But if there's only smoke, well then, they'll have to deal with the methane problem. And so, we set it, and he was just like, you guys managed to find the room where the boss is in. This guy, Glassstaff, he's your opponent. It's him and a bunch of bandits that ended up running into the same room. And we're like, fuck yeah, let's go into battle. And that's where the session ended. And he admitted to us, guys, I had like 1 or 2 week session prepped. I just had to throw that out. And we were kind of laughing in terms of like goofing because that sucks, but it was also kind of just funny because that's how it turns out. We didn't expect it. But it also taught us a lesson of, like an early lesson of, boy, you really do have to just trust in the fact that whatever you're planning, be prepared to throw it out, which is a real lesson that I think everyone just kind of has to go through, both as a dungeon master and as a player, which as a player, whatever backstory or whatever plan that you have for your character, have a sense of flexibility. You know, what I learned from like Sam Riegel from Critical Role is that whatever backstory you made, be prepared for it to never be told, right? And I have had that happen to one of my first characters, my druid. She had a home, I went into that knowing that that home would never get uh, a story told to it. And there was a time when I could have introduced it into a story, but I said no. It's too early. My character is only been an adventurer for like 1 or 2 months. She is not ready to go home. I refuse to put that there. Right? This is why you never prep for sessions. Just make it up all on the fly and never pay your taxes. Ooh, wait, hold on a minute. Hold on. One of those things does not belong. Hang on, hold up. But yeah, um, there are some DMs who just don't prep for their sessions. Sometimes I am that GM, but it's not so much that I'm not planning for my. And this is just a bit of a thing to kind of backpack off what you're saying. There is a common advice, which is don't over prep. However, most people do not follow that up with, do not follow that advice with how to not over prep and what over prepping is. You ever pull a session out of your butt? Yeah. Yeah, Mondays. I had no idea. Literally, first official session was the players had met at the tavern, as you do for the Lost Mines of Endelver, and then I was like, normally the campaign is like, okay, you meet each other at the tavern. Here's your place to introduce yourselves. No, introduce yourselves to each other. Tell each other what you are, kind of a thing. What you are, what you look like, and then you go on an adventure. And I was like, that's not enough. As a beginner DM, maybe it's enough because you're just trying to go on an adventure. But for me, who had been playing since 2019 and slowly building up to a DM, that's not enough. I gotta get some meat. What reason do these characters have to meet each other? To be honest, since I really love visual and audio stuff, I have to prep to some degree. But prep is honestly very easy once you know what you're doing. That's the biggest thing right there. That's the biggest thing. Prep is easy once you know what you're doing. I think I was talking about it last time with... Who was I talking with it to? Was it my DM? I may have been. I forget. No, yes. It was literally last week with Pidge. It wasn't literally last week with Pidge. We were talking about if you've ever watched Boy Meets World. Boy Meets World. There's an episode with all the students and the older brother of the series, who's a bit of a goofball up to that point. And he's mostly goofy but has serious moments. And in the scene, he basically saw all the stressed out students for their finals and was just like, everyone grab a shoe, throw it at the chalkboard, and then grab someone else's shoe. Go talk to that person, just hang out for the week, right? Just don't even study, just hang out for the week. And everyone except for him ended up passing. And Mr. Feeney, who is the show's role model character, as well as the actor being awesome, and also Mr. Feeney was just awesome, is congratulating him for helping the students relax before the test and then passing because they needed that moment of relaxation. However, he also told him that the method of relaxing and keeping yourself flexible really only works after you have mastered the material to some degree. So, kind of following up of pulling a session out of my butt. Yeah, I've done it a few times. Hell, I've done it a lot of times even before this campaign, because up to that point, I have either played enough or I had gone down the rabbit hole of the game to the basics to make a working level of, okay, I would know what to do in this scene. I wrote it down in my notebook to being like, okay, if they do this thing, just in case, here's a general difficulty I'll go with. If they choose this thing, okay. And you know what? It worked out. I made a tutorial one-shot for my siblings, my friends. And, oh my god, this was so long ago. Arson wasn't even fully in D&D yet. And she was one of my players then too. That was the night where it was just supposed to be like 5 of them. We were just hanging out at my brother and Arson's old apartment, and we invited 2 of our friends. It's like, you guys ever play D&D? I've been playing D&D for like a year now. I want to practice being a dungeon master for you guys, because I know we do a little bit of board games, but I want to see if I could make a D&D easily understandable for you guys who either have never played, or if I can finally be the one to run Last Mind Defend over for our table. I ended up not being the one. Well, I ran it once. But in that sense, I took a notebook. I was just like, here's 3 areas that I want to go for. One area to kind of help them introduce themselves, right? And then at least present the current dilemma that they're into, because we already kind of know how this works. Let's set them up into a small situation of like 3 different puzzles, right? Before, having it pay off into an actual final battle. In which case, I'm gonna read that and respond. The first one was, it's set up as, okay, you guys are on a cart with the mayor of this town, right? He's asking you guys questions. He wants to know more about you, and you guys kind of know each other already. So, let's just do that bit. Okay, fair enough. D&D Beyond. Wah! Okay, you guys find your way. You know the stakes of this mission. You've been following this trail. You come up to a bridge and you spot the guy you've been tailing, holding a sack of things. He spots you all and starts trying to cut the rope bridge. And then that's kind of the start of like, not so much initiative, but where I wanted to test out of combat initiative, right? And I was just like, okay, here's a thing that you have. Oh no, I definitely did. Nope, I did out of combat. You're right, I did. Let's have each player take their turns. Whoever speaks up first gets to do their turn. And then if someone wants to do a thing, then we'll let them, but that was ambitious of me. We did that. Eventually, it moves on to the next scene, which is the search. They lose the guy in some way, right? If they caught up to the guy, they definitely had the chance, because they put him to sleep. But someone rolled a nat 1, and my brother guessed correctly of like, oh, so instead of shooting the guy, are they just gonna end up shooting the rope bridge? And I'm like, thank you for the idea. Yes. And they had to figure out how to cross the gap. And I was just like, okay, let's see how creative they can be. I have set up 3 different ways. We are not active role players. Let's present them with a few things. So there are rocks at the bottom near the water, the dangerous water, that they can skip. There are vines that look sturdy enough that they can swing from. They can fly with their player who can fly. But that guy is asleep. So, you know what? It's a timed event. He woke up, did a thing. Next part. They had a chance to choose 2 different directions. One, more easy, leading up to a thing that would probably lead them to getting caught and having to chase more people down. Or one path that gives them a chance to sneak up the mountain, but have to face dangerous traps. Or, if they succeeded a difficult roll, they find the secret path that the guy took to get to the enemy base quickly, right? And I was just like, all right, let's see what that goes. I definitely railroaded a little bit, because it was a thick freaking forest. One of them could fly, but I was just, in my head, justifying this area, even before the session, I was just like, this would be a thick forest. Why? Oh, because someone lives here. Why? Because they're a were-tiger. I don't know if I'll ever use that, but they're a were-tiger. It's like, okay, they don't want to get caught. Okay, the forest is thick. Fair enough. And it was just a way of me being like, okay, let's keep it contained. I don't want to heavily railroad, but let's keep it contained so that they don't have too many options to deal with, because choice paralysis is an actual thing. So, you know what? Let them keep thing. They tried to go up. The traps, saw the traps and said, yeah, nah. let's go to the other path. They found the other path, saw that it was eventually a path that the enemy was taking by using a series of flags to kind of follow a trail of the mountain away from the traps. But it's a patrol route for them, so two of them were coming in. This is where Almond's question of didn't one of them cut off their heads? Kinda. The players were creative in here, where they said, we're gonna dig a hole to try to trap these two who are coming here. They set off the alarm a little bit purposely to call over the two people who were patrolling after they dug a hole. One of them used minor illusion to cover up the hole, and one of them set up, I think, prestidigitation to make a sound coming there so that the two people would walk in. I said, don't even roll persuasion. Realistically, if you hear it, you're probably going to walk there. Railroading, okay, yeah, exactly. Some forms of railroad is okay and necessary. If it's too heavy-handed, like that it takes away player choice completely, then it's too much, right? But if you're literally there just to like curse OG Curse of Strahd as it is, you take any route outside of the like the normal paved road, and the fog just brings you back. That's a heavy railroad. But in this case, you just have 3 contained routes. That way we literally have like 4 hours to play this, guys, and we're drinking. There's 8 of you now, because I mean, like 6 to 8 of, oh my god, who was there? It was me, it was my brothers, my sister-in-law, me as Arson, my 2 friends. Yeah, it was like 6 of them. Jesus Christ. And my cousin, who appeared out of nowhere, like teleported to the apartment. Jesus. I legit don't remember how he got there, but there he was. But yeah, they were creative, right? This is a path that they chose. I didn't know they were gonna create a hole in the ground, but they did, and I was like, that's cool. What am I gonna do? Take that away from them? If they create a trap, I'm not gonna be like, oh, the bad guys managed to. And this is like where the main character syndrome kind of pours into like a DM, right? Where it's like, oh no, the bad guys caught onto your trap. Nah, let them fall into it. Your players came up with something fun and creative, and they came up with a plan together. Sometimes you have to introduce just a little bit of stupidity into the bad guys, especially if they're that low level. Then you let them walk into the trap. Let the players have the fun that they came up with. In a similar vein, and this is not for tonight, but for later on, kind of talking about like where we were talking about like characters and the backstories and having maxed out characters. Let your character have, well, we call these character flaws, right? Usually, like, they introduce it even in your character, but give your character a reason to just be stupid enough to go on an adventure. No person in their right mind would go into an adventure. If you're there, you're usually an adventurer due to revenge, due to wanderlust, due to maybe soul searching, something else. You're out for adventure for a reason. And that reason usually blocks out the common sense of, if I'm going on an adventure, I'm likely to die. I'm a level 1 adventurer. What am I doing going out? What am I gonna do? I have 2 spell slots, right? I have the 1 attack and maybe an okay shield. I have no business being out in a dangerous forest, let alone with these 3 to 6 strangers. We're gonna fucking die. So in that sense of adventurers being a little bit stupid, let your NPCs be a little bit stupid. Let them fall for a trap. Let them shoot the monk who can deflect arrows back at them, because that's cool as shit. We call that the rule of cool. And, well, they fell into the trap. That was a crazy transition for the music. It was I was This is where part of me was kind of pulling a session out of it, but I was like, who are these characters? Who are they in the group? Fuck it, they're father and son. They're a father and son who for some reason joined a gang together. Oh man. But before I go into where this went, let me actually reread you. Over prepping isn't the issue by itself. It's focusing your efforts on the wrong elements. Prep problems first. Prep problems first. Prep a vague set of conditions needed to win, and listen to your players so you know where they want to go with their characters physically, emotionally, and mechanically. Yes. Yes. And honestly, that's pretty much what I went with on this tutorial. It was my brain when my brain was trying to plan out this tutorial one shot, I realized that I was over prepping. So I actually looked up videos on YouTube being like DM tips, how to be a better DM, or biggest DM mistakes. I went through a bunch of those videos and found out that it's like, okay, here's things that I'm doing wrong. It's funny because I had this DM thoughts and where it began kind of a thing. They should forget it. Let's just pull this entire thing out of my butt because my thoughts are jumbled anyway. We never do this. We tangent as we tangent. It's easy to give your characters reasons, ways to choose the option that isn't considered optimal to you as a player when you consider your character doesn't have any possible access to the same knowledge you do. Yes! In the same vein, I also looked up biggest player mistakes, how to be a better player, and tips on what you should be, what are the core things to learn about a player. I watched a lot of YouTube. By that point when I actually made this tutorial, I had already been playing for about a year into my first ever campaign, right? It was a live table near home, met friends. We are still in that team. We're still in the group now, although our schedules are suffering because we just want to finish our Wizards on Brooms and then get back to our main campaign. But schedule wise, brother, so it's a bit of hiatus. That being said, as a player DM, yeah, I did realize that there were things that I was over focusing on, and so I did go into a rabbit hole of what I should prep. What I was talking about before. Jesus Christ! Stop giving me lyrics. In terms of trying to avoid pitfalls, I tried to make sure that my players had enough, had just enough choices so that they could be creative as they could, while at the same time establishing that there needed to be a sense of containment. Thank you for the posture and hydrate. Arson, I'm telling them about the tutorial one shot that I ran for you guys years ago, where Kuya, we're reaching that scene where what Kuya did. So yeah, up to planning that session, I was prepping it on my notebook. Oh, here are the possible things that they can come up with. And one of the things I learned early on was, for every hour that you're going to plan out for your session, for every session every hour that you think you're going to play for your session, maybe spend an hour, not on all in the same day, but an hour on a few other days to just plan those portions. Right? We meet again. Snow! Welcome in. Met mine and Bev. Oh, you know what? That's funny because I actually did have yours and Bev's session, which is the entire reason why my Discord server exists. Snow, you're home. Oh yeah, you are home. Hell yeah. My Discord server is an invite only it's basically just me chilling with friends, and also just a place to have, if we're playing games or on stream. But it started because I was teaching Arson and a friend of ours how to play D&D. That's how that started. But no, this one is even earlier than that one. But yeah, I decided that when I was planning it, I would plan about an hour for however long this was. I definitely planned for a longer session. Pebbles keeps gnawing on my phone. She's done paying attention to y'all instead of cuddling with her. Let her pay attention. Bring it to the cat tavern. But yeah, I probably over prepped a little bit, but I was okay with it because my brain. But it was a way of me challenging myself to not make the same mistakes that other people did, where I tried to lock in on details too much and trying to tell a story, because it was just a tutorial. It's a tutorial, man. What do you do with it? What story are you trying to tell with a tutorial? Get the bad guys. That's it. Get the bad guys. Get the stuff back. Bring it back home. You succeed. Yay! Especially for like a 4-hour hangout night over alcohol. Because we do board game nights usually with alcohol. And quickly found out Dungeons and Dragons is totally it's not necessarily a board game. Currently in your walls. But yeah. So, I did the prep, I did the stuff, and the night of, the players were creative. Too creative. A little psychopathic even. And here's where the scene that Almond was talking about. The two bandits that I ended up establishing as father and son had fallen into the hole. They took the son out of the hole to try to interrogate them separately, while all the other players were trying to wake up the dad so they could interrogate them. Snacks, let me know. You mixed D&D with alcohol and thought things wouldn't get chaotic? No, I knew we were going to get chaotic. I just completely forgot that my brother's a bit of a... I just completely forgot that my brother in the 5th grade got sent to the school psychologist. And that's a detail that I will expand on right now. While Arson and everyone else was trying to question the dad, who was just like, where is my son? What have you done to him? Which, mind you, he is in no position to ask because he's a thief, right? Him and his son are a thief. My older brother decided, I'm gonna kill this guy. He's asleep. I'm gonna kill him. And I'm like, okay, yeah. He can't do anything. He's not just gonna wake up. I established he's asleep. You know what? You take your knife, you do your thing. And he's like, yeah. And that's when they find out, oh, that's his son. And you just killed him. And he's like, I have a plan. Do you remember that episode of The Office where Dwight cuts off the face of the mannequin and wears it? My brother was playing an era. With this talk about snacks, also fruit. Yeah, yes, jalapeno poppers is so good. My brother was playing an Aarakocra, and for anyone who knows D&D with an Aarakocra, they are bird people. They are people with beaks and wings and talons, but are humanoid. How the hell are you going to put someone's face on such a person? He did it. He wanted to do it, and I said, yeah. I said yes, and because my brain loves improv, even regardless of whether or not I'm good at it. I like doing it, and I was like, yeah, you cut off his face, you psycho. And he tried to talk with the dad over the face. To which any common person would notice that is the face of your dead son on the beak of an eagle. He did not roll high on peeling someone's face, and he certainly was not going to roll well on putting a face on a beak of a bird. So that one's more of of what I'm learning is OSR of just common sense ruling, which is funny because I'm pretty sure one of you guys had a disguised self. But that's okay. That was funny. He gave answers. We were running out of time for the night, so you know what? All they really asked for was how many people were in the camp. They've had some answers because they knew they were going to get to the camp. They have the literal, genuinely the most terrifying image I could have had at 11 p.m. on this blazing summer night. Thank you. Oh boy. But yeah, so they already knew that, you know, they were going to get to the camp because one, we're getting close to going home, and two, it was already established that, there are literal flags. It's just that they needed the information of what to expect for the battle, right? They didn't want to go in surprised, and they didn't. So they made their way. They rushed in. Here we go. Third final room is the battle. There were like 6 of them. So, I was like, they are pretty strong. They've got some good enough spells, and just like that, they weren't outnumbered. But there was an NPC that I was like, oh yeah, they do need a boss NPC, someone who's a little bit difficult. This dude was stronger than I thought. This dude was so much stronger than I thought. He took out at least one of them. Not like outright killed, because in D&D you have death saving throws. Even in Baldur's 3, you have 3 chances. But it was a hard enough fight to be like, okay, yeah, this bandit leader can get 2 swipes. It's a tutorial, so I'm not going to outright kill someone if there's ways to bring them back into a fight, because, it's more fun the more players we have, right? I did have to pull that punch. And this is something I revealed after the session, where I didn't fudge the rolls, but I did have to fudge the boss's HP, because the bandit leader starts off at 65 HP. I was like, oh, that's a lot of HP. Let's cut that down to 32, right? Because even though there's 6 of them, I quickly realized this dude can take them out long before they'll be able to whittle down his HP. Even at a critical, they're not going to deal that much damage. So that was just my call as a dungeon master, because again, we were about to close for the night. I did not tell him in the fight that they were cutting down his HP, or that I was cutting his HP in half so that they could actually, have a balanced fight, considering he had a lot of HP and he still had minions to deal with them. It worked out fine, because even though a few of them took out some of the players, they just got out of that fight by basically the skin of their neck. The hair of their neck. The skin of their neck? I forgot. With the hair's breadth. And it was just like, I wasn't just going to be like, oh, you kill the guy because you did enough damage. Like, no. I'm going to cut, if you die, you die. But I am going to cut his HP because it's a lot. Keegan, welcome in. Welcome in. It's been a minute. I was going to do more behind the screen. But these are some things that I kind of had to learn on the fly, where sometimes you really do just gotta you kind of do just have to learn you kind of have to be aware of what kind of session you're running, what kind of game you're running as a DM, right? Like, if you made if you made something that's a little too much for a not heavy session, like a full campaign, then it's not really going to be fun. Tomato, I got something real cool recently. Oh yeah, nice. I got something. I imagine it's probably Warhammer, unless it's one of the newer books that came out recently. But yeah, how you been, buddy? But yeah, that was like an early I would say it's one of the more earlier tastes for me as a trying out being a dungeon master, in a sense of, okay, let me put myself into smaller adventures and like one shots. That way I get a taste for being a dungeon master, and at the same time getting a feel for the pitfalls of being one through practical application, right? Because you could watch as many DM guides, DM tips, pitfall things, dungeon like D&D horror stories, and still never learn a lesson. It's the same as like players who love creating their characters in theory, right? Because I see the subreddits of like 3D6, the min maxes, those videos of how to create Batman in your D&D games, how to create Deku or fucking All Might in your D&D in your D&D games. What's a build that lets you do that thing? Ah, I see the thing you sent me. Oh shit. I will say I'm excited but scared for the next edition of Warhammer because the Emperor has moved. I did see a video of that. I did see a video. That was cool. I still have no idea about Warhammer. Like, I still have barely an idea of Warhammer, but I saw that that is a thing, and I was like, oh shit. I definitely thought of both you and my boy Asher being like, shit, if I see this now, they definitely both have seen it. That's cool. Chris, thank you for the hydrate. Also, hey Chris, how you doing? Oh boy, I see what you sent me and I dig it. I know what that character is, and it's cool as heck. If you've played Monster Hunter, this man has a Zenogre in a suit, but it's all the black and white. I dig that so much. I did not realize that Zenogre could look so dapper in a suit. Chris, hopping in there, yeah. Well, I'm talking about stuff about GMing. I started off being like, when did I want to become a GM? And quickly tangented out of it completely. So, we're off book. Hot take. Doing one-shots to prep for other forms of D&D campaign lengths is like practicing poetry to get better at writing novels. Yes, there are transferable skills and insights, but ultimately they are two separate mediums that demand active participation within it in order to master it. I agree. I actually agree. One-shots and short adventures are good ways to get a taste of some of like the earlier pitfalls, but you're right. They are completely different from like short and long campaigns. Like the feeling in a one-shot and even like a small adventure, you're not going to get the same experiences. The experiences, like, you might get a closer to a video game experience, right? Because you're focusing more on stats than story in terms of like one-shots. If you're using one-shots to practice mechanics and also your rhythm as a DM, I'd say you'll probably have a much better time to do so. If you are practicing ways to contain your storytelling and your pacing into maybe a 3 to 5 hour session, then you'll have a pretty good time of doing so, right? But it would be more like, if you have it would have to be like a really, really short adventure. You could even do it like a monster of the week kind of a thing, and that's the way I see that it could probably pay off. But in terms of a full adventure story, yeah, it's just not gonna work. Yeah, community has gone nuts after it's also called the Battle of the Gods, and in it we are to see the Emperor was shined temporarily by different colors. Each one represents a different Chaos God, which most likely means we will see the Emperor fight the Chaos Gods, and I want to see that, goddamn. So your character's life is like a video game? No. Not so much like your character's life is a video. Oh, wait. Your character's life is like a video. Not necessarily so much in that sense, but more about like your focus as a player will lean more towards a character's abilities and mechanics rather than why they showed up where they are, or being like, here's a backstory for the character. You're probably not going to write a well thought out backstory. You're going to be like, my character was a fisher. He's trying to he goes to fishing college, and he's trying to get money to pay for his tuition, not by catching fish and making sales, but by going on an adventure to pay off his fishing student loans. Are you trying hard to beat stage. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, kinda. Honestly, kinda. Yeah, it's more of like, um, because one shots are usually just let's get from point A to point B, and it's probably gonna be cut down to like here's a few scenes you go into, here's a stage in the area where you go into the investigation, you get the bigger reveals for the foreshadowing, and then you get the big reveal, and then the big fight, and that's kind of it. Wait, do you not know this? Oh no, I do not. Wait, no. If you're making a reference, I don't know. Send me the song. Sorry, buddy. It's there's a tone loss of text where I don't know shit. Also, for my character, I got a basic idea for the backstory of him, but I need to figure out a name for him. I would say, as a DM and as a player, honestly, coming up with a name is always hard because do you want to come up with a name that is meaningful to the character, or do you just want to come up with a name that is essentially a name? Because I have had to help some of my friends come up with names for the characters, and one of those methods was rather like we have the backstory for the character a little bit, or at least a general idea for what their backstory could be, but when it came to coming up with their name, what we did was we would step away from the like to the edges of the backstory, and then see if we can come up with any details about why their name would be their name. I want it to mean something and also tie into the inspection. Into the inspection he is. I think you may be thinking of a different word, or inception he is, or you kind of lost me on that last part, but I do kind of see what you mean. But yeah, right? Like, thinking of a name can be something as simple as my cat character, Ink, who's on the shelf over there. Oh, inspiration, I'm saying. No, you're fine. It is late at night, which I'm going to be taking a break soon. But before that, I kind of want to get into this. Coming up with a name for your character, if you wanted to give meaning, I would say come up with a few details. No, you don't have to think too hard about it. Sometimes it's just like, Inquinos. How's the... Oh, never mind. But yeah, sometimes it could be ways to just give your brain sort of like quick fire shots of just drop a bunch of names and see which one you like. But sometimes what I did was, let's take some details about this character that feel natural about their name. Like, what's this character's name? Their character is Blue Skin. What's their name? Azul. But no, it is not that. For Ink, it was the obvious reason for Ink, the cat, who is again on that shelf right there, being named Ink, is she's a black cat. She's a black, like that was the starting detail. She's a black cat. Let's call her Ink. Okay. Does that have any meaning to your character? Not fucking yet. What about it? Okay. Why would eventually her name does have more meaning than Ink? Because yeah, she's a black cat. That's the obvious meaning, right? But as part, like, you kind of tie it into your backstory somehow, just like kind of going back and forth, where Ink was from a tarot card. Ink was from a spirit born out of the culmination of efforts from a wizard who had no magical talent, did a lot of research in spell scrolls, ways to cast magic because he just cannot himself more than cantrips, and then eventually found out that, you know what, tarot cards have meanings of their own. Tarot cards are kind of a way to open up your mind to letting in the idea of the fates themselves, because you're a character who wants to change your fate, and you want to incorporate magic into the random wild magic of fates themselves, and you tie it into cards. And eventually, that first card you made is where Ink the cat was born. And so you name her Ink because your future that everyone has decided for you as a talentless mage has now just become completely unwritten. And you're the one who's going to write your own story. And with that, you're going to need some ink. I have for the character. Ooh. And so, that was a way for me to come up with my character's name. For someone else, we kind of came up with the idea of your character likes flowers. Or not so, why do they like flowers? He has a fiance that he lost during battle because they were both warriors. And this was her favorite flower. Okay, what has something to do with flowers? Can we tie that into your fiance's name, or can we tie that into your character's name? We tied it into his character's name. I completely forgot his name, but it had something to do with flowers. Hey, Misty. Oh, God. But yeah, thank you for the hydrate, and thank you for the pasture. Let me check out. Oh my God. First of all, let me check out this song real quick. Let me just pause it. Oh my God. What did you send me? Corvo, what the fuck? This man sends me brain rot. I do want to see. Oh. Would you be alright if I read this character's backstory a little bit? Otherwise, I will read it silently while I am here. Okay, I'll wait for 5 seconds and read it silently on my own. That way, in case I have to read it. Oh! I always send you brain rot. You really do always send me brain rot. It's funny as fuck. And it's funny. Oh, hi, Misty! But yeah, so backstory. If you've ever played Monster Hunter, it's a Zenogre, and a Zenogre looks fucking cool as shit. And honestly, he looks really good in a suit. But in this case, it's a character. His backstory is, or at least a semblance of the backstory, I know it's just a general idea, has made a pact with a being made up of draconic energy, and its name is Stygian. Or Stygian? I forgot how they pronounce that in Monster Hunter. Has a form that allows him to use draconic energy, called Stygian form, part of a royal family, likes to hunt different monsters, ranging from demons, devils, fae, and anything else supernatural. The main weapons are 2 pistols and a great sword that can be infused with lightning and draconic energy. You can pull up. Oh, it's okay. These are mainly a thing. Now, my first question is, what level is this character? What level is this character starting at? Like, because of like this is like, not to put you on the spot here, even though I'm totally putting you on the spot here. Sorry about that. This is one of the questions that I usually start off with character backstories, where it's like, what level is your character starting with, and where can you take the backstory? Oh, it's not a D&D thing, but it's a character OC. Oh, okay, never mind. Fuck that. No, I like it. I thought it was a D&D thing. In which case, that question can go completely out the window. But I still like it. Likes to hunt different monsters, raging. Oh boy. Yeah, okay. That makes things a little bit... Question. Who was he named by? I would say that is a fun... You know what? Let me actually re-pull this on my screen. Alright. Questions. Names. 1. Who was he named by? Named by. Oops. Named by. In this case, we have the father. Right? So this is fun for me. I love doing these kinds of things. I'm gonna take a break in like 5 minutes, but until then, I want to click the app. So, who are they named by? Sometimes you have to start thinking about the characters that exist outside of whatever character or even OC that you want to do. The character is ultimately defined by the experiences that they choose to let define themselves, right? But at the same time, before they can kind of go through that, there are elements outside of themselves that try to give them meaning, right? And the fact that it's the father giving me the name, that also brings about a few other questions that I want to raise. Okay, uh, this would probably be a later question. You know what went through the father's mind when he named him? When he named him, right? Was he thinking he looks like a strong baby, or he looks like a really weak baby, or I like the fur on his head, I like that little horn going on? Okay, I need to add he's somewhat rebellious to be a royal, but does like the perks. As is. That also raises some questions for me that I will get through in a little bit, right? Because as a royal, um, being rebellious carries weight through it often. Because royalty, uh, there is a lot of baggage when it comes to royalty. But yeah, so and this question is, what went through the father's mind when he named him, right? Is he naming his son after a figure that he respected more? Is he naming him after a name that carries weight? Like out in legend, like I'm naming you after this really cool fucking weapon that existed in the world somewhere, right? I'll say the father was observing the power of my character, of the power of my character, specifically lightning energy. Oh, off my character, off your character. My character was giving off. Okay. And in this case, what is the most notable thing? It was the power. Power giving off. Power giving off. Okay. So in this case, what was the most notable thing what was the most notable thing about the power? Right? Of the power. Was it the color that it was giving off? Was it the energy, like he was paying attention to the energy, right? But was it because the color, it was that vibrant? Did it make the father think certain thoughts, right? Like, was he feeling fear off of it? Was he feeling some sort of like an elevated emotion? It doesn't have to be negative unless you want it to be, right? Like, I forgot the name. It's like, it's akin to the word inspiration, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. How controlled it was for a baby mixed with a bit of black lightning foreshadowing the Stydring Pact. Okay. So, if we're going with a level of, I would say here, what's most notable to me is there is a level of a control to it, right? The most notable part of it is the black lightning, right? And, do you take hints and notes for like, again, you can note the color of it being like what? Is it like how deep is the color of the black, right? Is it like ebony? Is it freaking Vanta black, which absorbs light? And when you say controlled, it's still lightning, right? And it's just like, do you take in being able to talk to someone about this helps so much. Dang. Again, it's just ways to kind of help the ball rolling, where eventually you yourself will end up with a name that you like, right? It's just trying to find ways to get the ideas out there. Helps your brain eventually find where it actually really wants to go, right? And part of it is sometimes you don't even have to use, like, I'm asking these questions, you don't have to use any of it. All of it could just be thrown into the garbage the moment your brain is just like, no, here's a detail that I just found, I like it more than everything that we just came up with. Because all we're doing here is really just unclogging whatever ideas are in your head. That way your brain can like your thoughts can flow a little better. It's like a light dark mixes with red in it. Ooh, okay. And I say that, like, V! Oh my god, you guys caught me right near my break. Let me... V! Chappy! It's good to see you again. Guys, if you haven't checked them out, please... Oh my god. Jesus. If you haven't checked out either V or Chappy, what are you doing? You gotta check them out. More like Stinky Tomato. Excuse me. I'm only past my ripe old age. I'm kidding. I'm only 34, brother. But yeah, welcome in, you guys. We are kind of getting behind the DM screen. I was explaining things about part of my process, things that I have learned as a DM, every tangent in and between and after. And right now, we're kind of trying to help Keegan kind of come up with any ideas that help the ball rolling to help Keegan come up with a name for their OC. Tomato always when we finish Stardew. Yeah, because I am going tonight. I am about to go on a break for a little bit, just because I gotta throw away the garbage. But I will be back soon. But while you guys are here, mind you, how was Stardew? I always love that you guys are like, I've not played Stardew. How's it been? Are you guys like, thank you. I gotta check you guys out more. It's because you guys are always on when I'm on, but you guys are on before I go on. Boy, we got perfection. Oh damn! Okay. Wait, perfection in Stardew is what I'm assuming. Because I was like, oh yeah, we just finished perfection. Heck yeah, dude. I don't know what perfection is, but that sounds like you guys just had like, I mean, I imagine it's the routes. What did you guys marry everybody? Jesus, you marry everyone in town? I mean, I know that there's like a yearly thing that goes on. It's a time-based thing, but I don't know how it totally works. It's like 100%. Damn. Now we're making your farm cute. Oh damn, you guys got everything. Damn. But yeah. But if you have to raid and run, I fully understand. Anyone who's coming in, if you also have to raid and run, I hope you have a great night. I hope if you do your stream aftercare, your after stream care, not stream aftercare. Please, that's a completely different topic. Then I totally understand. We're kind of chilling. But again, before I still got like 2 minutes. Just kind of like bringing back. We are kind of helping Keegan kind of come up with a name. Keegan will come up with a name. We're just kind of helping come up with ideas and questions. In this case, this character's father named him. His father observed the fact that there was a controlled amount of lightning around this character who had formed a secret pact with an entity who I believe was a dragon, right? Oh, yeah, with a draconic age. It made a pact with a being made up of draconic energy named Stygian, because I forget if it's Stygian or Stygian, because I did not pay attention. But yeah, it's draconic energy. Ooh, okay. I'm also kind of seeing this thing. There is a theme of draconic going in here, as well as a theme of a storm because of the lightning. However, because you're naming something that is a controlled amount of lightning, the first thing that tends to come up to my head is the eye of the storm. It is the safest place to be in a hurricane, usually. Well, it's usually the safest place to be in a storm, right? Because it's, where the storm is all around it, right? So, in this case, are there draconic themes you can play off of that also have to do with a storm? And because this character is like at the safest and at the center of whatever storm they're in control of, right? Are there things that you can pull out of there? I don't know kind of names. My first thought is Shenlong, because if you know anything about the myths of the Serpentis dragons who rise from the water during a storm, and that's how they ascend into like what is known as the Shenlong in the Chinese myth, which is just a serpent dragon, or god serpent. It's really what it is. It's just god serpent. But not that it's the idea for this character, but more of like, as Daijin's an ogre, is Dragon's an ogre because of the symbiotic relation of the Dracophage bugs. Oh yeah, you're right. But yeah, there are definitely themes that you can go in for because it's a storm that a character has to deal with. Which Dracophage is Dragonberries? Please don't name him Dragonberry. That'd be kind of funny, but don't name him Dragonberry. That being said, I will be right back. I have to take a small bit of break. And in that case, I'll be back to probably ask you a little bit more questions about your character, right? Because this is just a portion of the names. There are other aspects I'd like to ask about your character on the day they were born, right? So I'll be right back. I'm back. It'll be easier with BC. Honestly, we definitely gotta get to BC someday. Uh, Definitely not tonight because it's just my solo. But that's just because it's me. Sorry. Um, Plus, I do definitely want to bring you on at some point. I'm gonna yoink you to the tavern one day, so get ready. And understand. Nah, but yeah. Let me come back first. Welcome in. Forgot I could do this thing. Okay. More powerful things by the north. Chup chup. Black, white, red. Color themes. Controlled storm. Oh well. The surge of energy. Storm or surge? Ooh. I like that word. Shit, what if his name is Surge? I'm thinking of Surge from Pokemon, who's also an electric type gym leader. Just let me know the name. Hell yeah. Oh boy. Let me see. Cold Storm Surge. Now, kind of while I was throwing out the garbage, something that kind of stood out to me for your character, and it's not just like a thing, is there a title, like does your character in their present day form, because you know they're carrying 2 pistols, they're carrying a greatsword that they use, reminds me a lot of like I'm seeing a little bit of like a Virgil from Devil May Cry. Not that I've ever fully played it, but the fact that I know he has 2 pistols and a greatsword, especially because you literally have that. Hold on a minute, but I like it. I'm into it. But in my brain, it's like one of the biggest things is red lightning, and because his character is a little bit rebellious, the Draconic Hunter, and that's Dante. Dante, not Virgil. My bad. See, exactly, because I don't know my shit. You're right. I think it's because I heard the name Virgil so much that I completely mistook the characters. But you're totally right. Sorry, fake fan. Actually, just not even a fan. I've not played it yet. I gotta play it. Does your character have a title? Right? Like, this is where my ideas for characters names and stuff is. Sometimes you kind of have to go back and forth between present and past, right? Because if you know something of the present, you can have that as a reference to how you got there in the past. And if you have something from the past, you kind of want to find a way to bring that interesting note from the past to the future as like a somewhat defining feature. Is one of the blue and Dante is the one in the red. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. In that sense, one of my question is, which of the colors would you say was the strongest of the lightning? And also, what in their name might carry over to their personality in the future, right? Because one of my first thoughts is, because his dad observed him, like his father observed him as having controlled lightning energy flowing off of him, right? And my brain immediately said, like, he kind of wants a name. Like, he'd probably want a name that justifies the storm that flows through his veins. And my brain is like, okay, maybe he is the Draconic Hunter, right? And I was just like, okay, what if someone also just calls him as Storm-Blooded, right? Which is a little bit on the edgier side, I would say. It's like, you know, the classic edgy type character. Not that he's needs to be edgy, but more of just like, you know, it's one of those names where you're just like, oh, that sounds like a fun combination of words. Am I thinking of Stormcloaks from Skyrim? But yeah, is he Stormblood? Or it's kind of a thing. All right, it's just like, it's just one of those things that can be a natural way of thinking about how they get their name, kind of a way. And he is a Draconic Hunter, yeah. And in that sense, it's like, what is a name that kind of helps reflect, uh, like we can kind of go into in terms of like what are names that can kind of um, either reflect their title in the future or reflect their personality now. The day of birth, the sky was dark with occasional lightning, and that was the same as the one he was emanating. Kind of makes me think that he's a bit of like a lightning rod to that type of energy, right? Like he's attuned to the storm, and so the storm is kind of towards him, which kind of makes me even think even more that he is a little bit storm-blooded, which is not even a word. At least I don't think so. But it also kind of reflects his personality from what you told me, where he's kind of like that rebellious royal. Because as a royal, or even like as a royal's descendant as he is, right? That comes with a lot of baggage, and that comes with a lot of enemies, whether you like it or not, right? Whatever the reasons come up to the character, you are a royal's son, right? This is the character, right? Like this character is a royal son. He's gonna attract some sort of enmity from other people who don't necessarily hate the character themselves, but rather the people that he's related to, right? Because he's their son. He's you know, people will gather towards him either to curry favor or to seek out some sort of level of manipulation, or even seek out to like use them as a means to destroy the people around them, specifically their parents, which is why he ends up a little bit like a lightning rod for all of these different types of emotions and characters around them, right? So and with that comes with the character being rebellious, trying to rebel against their more royal nature. It's just like you start to form some of the natural questions of what makes them rebellious, why do they rebel, what is state is the home and royalty in that he would rebel against them, kind of like. Indeed, and I would say that he, as he grows up, he quickly learns that people aren't easily trusted. Exactly, right? But you also need a name that is strong and carries a lot of weight. I was saying before of like the Shenlong, which is the god serpent, but that's just more of like a dragon. Shen should not be his name, probably, because Shen is literally just the word for god, in which case it's like, okay, well that's a little bit what is it? It's a little not on the nose. It's a little how do you say this? Boy, because technically he's an OC, so he is a main character of his own story, right? This isn't like a table where, of course, you're not really going to have a main character, but at the same time, it's like, you know, how much is too much of a main character kind of way. Like, if you create, the difficult part of sometimes creating a character is you want your character to be really cool half the time, more than half the time, really. But sometimes you forget to create the flaws of the character. And then sometimes when you're creating the flaws of the character, they're not really flaws. They're just kind of little quirks that you're like, but he's a little bit of an asshole, but you like him anyway. And you're like, okay, what else is there about him? Right? You know, it doesn't really give out much of a reason for him, which is why I was just like, yeah, maybe his name shouldn't be the literal meaning of just the word God. But at the same time, it's just like, you know, there is something about him. There's something about him. But yeah, so we got there, the rebelliousness, we got the lightning, we got a bit of the storm, we got the draconic level of it. Somewhere in the mix, I think, is where you might find a name for him. You can also be like, I would also say maybe think of what gives this character weakness, right? It's like, you're right, people are not easily trusted, and that is something you normally learn anyway in like a lot of the royalty tropes, right? And what trouble does that give him? Right? Some name I'm thinking choosing is Voltaris. Ooh. Oh, you're right. Lightning bolts. You know what? There is a bit of a draconic feel to the Aris part. I do like it. Ooh. Definitely keep it somewhere within there. Not like within there, but definitely keep it. I do actually like Voltaris where it is. I think it's a good idea to keep that name as like the starting point and see what you can come up with around it. And if nothing else, honestly, it's not a bad name. It's got that je ne sais quoi to it. You know, it ain't bad. But yeah, in terms of this is now where I am kind of diving into that character creation part, where like I said, oftentimes even in D&D and out of D&D, which I think a lot of shows, both animated and not, people have this weird habit. It's not even weird habit. It's just that they just have this habit of creating a character that's too perfect. You don't want a character that's too perfect. If a character's too perfect, there's no point in a story. Like they have no story. I'm sorry. Like if a character is too powerful, like not even like too like they can be too powerful, and you could create that as a story device, as a reason in most anime, like at least fucking shonen slash mainstream anime, and even the oversaturated Korean manhwa tropes, is that the character is too strong, and so they usually come back to life somehow or go back in time. And I think it's just like, I'll do that, and thanks for the help. You're gonna be great, right? Thank you. Hey, have a good time going to bed. But yeah, I'm not gonna use your character so much more of as an example. I'm just more of like the things, the thought processes, and some of the flaws that can come in with character creation. But hey, man, thanks for letting me use your character as kind of creativity juice. It was a fun exercise. Yeah, you have a good night, buddy. Hope you get a bed. I hope you come up with a really like a very satisfying name for your character. It sounds like it's going to be a fun time. I already like it. But good night. That being said, let me kind of go back in on this of like, if I might tell you something, like I said, sometimes a lot of people tend to make a character that's a little too strong. Also, for weapons, I didn't realize the inspiration from Dante until you brought it up. A part of it is because I used the emotes from Dante, and as well as I liked using the charge blade that came out with it. It's so much fun, but it's nice. And honestly, because it's also like a draconic hunter rather than, I guess, a demon hunter. I don't know much about it, but it's a nice. Don't even be afraid to use that as an example. Everyone uses some sort of inspiration for a lot of their characters. There's nothing wrong with it, so long as you're not fully taking in that character. I mean, sometimes you can, but at the same time, just like a full-on reskin for the memes of it is one thing. Trying to claim it as original is a different thing. But in this case, that is not it at all. There's inspirational themes for it, and I support it. That being said, there are more time about? Yeah, perfect characters. Perfect characters, unfortunately, they suck. They're fun as side characters, right? They're fun as little NPCs to show the character the power scaling of, you are just at the beginning of your adventure. This is the level that you can get to if you just overcome both your weaknesses and yourself, and what you don't realize are the flaws in your own mentalities, right? Like, this is a character who is at the end of maybe the end of their life, the end of their story. They have overcome so many things to get to where they are. But if you have that at the beginning of your story, at the beginning of your character, you don't have a character. I'm just like, it's hardly a hot take. Like, I'm sorry, you just, there's not much there to work with for your character because, again, if you've already told your story before the story began, then what is your character doing other than showing off to everybody else, right? Like you're just there to fulfill your character's ego, right? Like, is that, in which case, the amount of characters doing that now in so many stories, like, I'm sorry, there's just an ocean of those types of characters that your character will just fall flat into that. Is this something? I'm a creep. What is this on? I like it. Oh, Heather. Oh. But yeah, it's like, in terms of character creation and like maybe trying to come up with a backstory for a character, if you have an idea for what your character is in completion, right? Like, take the idea of a complete character. Oh yeah. Complete the character? No. Complete the idea of a... Oh, man. You know what? Character, right? Write the character that you think is the idealized version of that character, right? There you go. Write the idealized version of that character. It's funny because this is not me so much talking about my stuff as a GM. This is more about like processes, partly like a GM and partly like a player. I've been on both sides of the seat. Write the idealized version of that character. Rewind that shit. Rewind that shit. Rewind that shit. You know? Are they heroic? Are they a bit villainous? Are they a little bit crazy? Right? You know? Are they, yeah, heroic? Villainous? Neutralish? Neutral? Indifferent? Neutral and indifference are two different things. Which is funny because it's like you have the alignment. This is where character alignment kind of comes in of good, neutral, evil. A little villainous, right? But you're not really sticking to like, oh, they're evil. Villainous doesn't necessarily mean that. It's just tendencies, you know? People don't like them that much. They are fairly selfish. And neutral doesn't necessarily mean they don't care about anything. Neutral could be they care about a lot of things, but they can't choose. Or maybe they don't want to choose. They don't want to take sides. Or maybe they just want to stay out of it completely. They don't want to be a part of anyone's equation. And heroic doesn't always mean good. They are heroic to some people, but to others, who are they a hero to? And who did they sacrifice? Or what did they have to sacrifice about themselves? Or worse, who did they sacrifice to become the hero they are? Right? And indifference is, I guess that does flow more currently to neutral, right? But it's more about like, there's neutral and not wanting to choose, and I guess indifferent falls into just taking yourself out of the equation, right? You don't really care much about either or. That's just like a starting point, right? Or if that is the end point, then, you know, explore the idea of how they got to indifference, right? So, but kind of going from further than that. Okay. These are the idealized aspects of them. How did they get there? Right? Like, how did they get there? There. Who got sacrificed? Who did they lose? What did they lose? What did they gain along the way? And, you know, what are major points in their life that took place? Okay. After that, throw everything away. throw it all away. It's not so much that you're actually throwing it, but be prepared to. It's just prepared to throw it away. Anything away. What you're doing here in terms of rewinding is you are trying to find the end game aspect of that character, right? And like why they are the way that they are. But in terms of rewinding it, you're like I said, okay, my brain is kind of fogging up. It's more about like the more you chisel away at the character, the more you start to see who they are at their core, right? No other way. Find the core. Character, right? Like when you've burnt away all the power that they have, when you've taken away all of the people that they've met that helped like change them as a person, when you take away the moments that in your head define them in scenes, who are they at the beginning, right? Like, let's see. Let's take a neutral character, or better yet, let's take an indifferent character. Indifferent mage. No. Indifferent paladin. Right. What would make an indifferent paladin? Right. And what the hell is a paladin? It could be D&D, but it doesn't necessarily have to be D&D. Right? This is more about like, let's make them. Right? So what would make a paladin? A paladin is usually a knight-like character. It's usually someone, which is funny because a different character being a paladin is like, how do you make that a certain oath? Paladins are usually something that usually paladins usually have an oath. Okay? And they still like, oops. Dang. What are they indifferent about? Right? They don't have to be completely indifferent. They have to care about something. In which case, what do they care about? Right? What are they indifferent about? What aren't they indifferent about? What made them indifferent? And why? Right? Small little questions. And then go through the process of naming if you want to at some point. Eventually you'll find out what their name is. Right? Who were they before they were indifferent? Indifference. What kind of paladin did they start as? Oops, whatever. Who were they before a paladin? Paladin. Right? And these are just like a few questions to kind of start off with. Not necessarily like I don't know if I'll answer them tonight. Right? It's just kind of fun ideas. Right? Paladins usually have an oath. What is this character's oath? Right? In this case, usually have an oath. Yeah, so what would be their oath? Are they trying to stay out of actually, I guess we can use these questions to kind of build on what their oath was at the end. We don't have an answer for this, so skip it. Don't answer it right away. Skip it. What are they indifferent about? Hell, let's take a little bit of inspiration from the rebellious royal that is Keegan's draconic hunter. right? Not that they are, but we're going from like a paladin's kind of thought process. What are they indifferent about? They're indifferent about easy route, royals, politics, the wars, yeah, political, politics and conflicts. Okay, why are they indifferent about it? They. Oh, easy part. They lost people in the conflict. No. They lost me in the crossfire. In which case, that kind of asks, okay, where were they? Where were? Okay, that creates a new question. Jesus. You know, like, where were they? In the mess, right? Where were they in the mess? Let's make this dude. Do you want to make him rich? Do you want to make him poor? Where? Well, what the fuck? Where were they? No. Where were they? Rich? Poor? Rich? Mid? Mid? Poor? Right? Let's do mid. I feel like being poor sets you up for a lot of classic styles, but let's have them. The fallen noble is also a trope that gets used a lot. Honestly, all of these tropes are used a lot. I'm doing a generic style character, right? So, but let's do him as mid. He's just like being poor, like a squalid type character, and then having them become like a paladin style character can be done. It's fucking hard as hell because they're starting at less than 0. Right? A mid character is easy to pull off because they have things to lose, rather than being like, let's have a character that starts from nowhere suddenly have a reason to care about everything. Nah, let's have someone who actually already cares about something. So he's somewhere in the mid. He's not the richest, he's not the most wealthiest, but he has family. He has he has a family. Okay, wealth. Decent living. Right? That means that whatever conflicts had been going through messed with the status quo of wherever he was living. He's not in royalty, so he has his day to day. He has something that gives him the ability to know certain information while being a little bit clueless on other things, right? Like, he's from a working class family. Okay, cool. What do they do? Blacksmithing? He's going to become a paladin. Maybe his family works at a blacksmith, or maybe his family lives at as like a small merchant family. Maybe they sell general goods. You know, he has a reason to do it. However, which way he does it, he's knowledgeable enough to get news some way or another, while at the same time being at the most immediate crosshair in terms of conflicts. In which case, usually nobility, royalty, aristocracy will receive news first, way before like the general public. I mean, the general public will have their rumors, but you don't necessarily know what to trust. It's the people who usually can do insider trading who will have information on whatever the frick is going on in the world, because usually they're the ones who tend to dictate, not necessarily dictate, but like they tend to have a hand in the flow of not only information, but the, I guess, socioeconomic conflicts that are happening in the flow of it all, right? Jesus Christ, this is what happens when you put me in the DM mentality. I'm already starting to spiral. Sorry if this is filling your brain with all confusion. It's just a bit of a mess. But yeah, having like a middle area is totally okay. It's funny because this is where a lot of, again, Korean manhwa characters start off. It's in the middle. Usually they just have a care. Now, let's go with that. Decent living. What do they care about? Their family. That's the biggest thing. Their family. Alive. Let's make the family alive. I cannot tell you how many backstories I have, not necessarily for my games, but like have just seen in general being like, my parents have died. It's become a meme at this point to out tragedy each other in a bonfire. Right? Like, my parents were killed after the orcs had raided our village. Or my parents were killed because they were caught embezzling money. And I'm left with their life debt working for the corrupt aristocrats because they were trying to embezzle the money to donate it to the poor. Or how about they're still alive? You know? And how has the royal, political, and socioeconomic conflicts affected them in the crossfire? Now they're poor. They're poor. Forced to sell off their own home. Known material wealth. Overworked. These are also common tropes, and it's things that usually happen. Because sometimes they're just the most natural things that you can think of, right? It's the usual natural things, right? And you know, these again are usual things that would drive him to different. What is a paladin's oath? Does it have to do with family? Does it have to do with wealth? Or does it have to do with protecting something? Or does it have to do with taking down someone else? Right? What we're essentially doing is building up to the answer of what is this character's oath? What is their conviction? Right? And that character forced to sell their own home. Now, we could go with this, or we could say they're poor. So are poor along with other families, right? They're getting more heavily are they getting more heavily taxed? Is the village or the city that they belong to falling apart economically, right? Now it's driving wealth, driving families apart, right? You know, people are getting taxed. They're starting to care, like, you know, they care about their own. Their own, turning on each other. Other forced allies. No, wait. Also gaining allies. Smaller factions are being formed. Oh yeah, wait, hold on, what am I doing? Poor, along with other families. Well, families apart. Doop! What made them indifferent and why? This is part of it. Mouth driving families apart. Care about their own, terminating small factions building up. Building up. Oh boy. Let me start to hit close to a little home. Small factions building up. Interfaction conflicts over food and food wealth, some sort. Food, wealth, and services. Oh wait, access. You know. So what you can kind of go for here is like these small family factions have started kind of going on each other. You know, things that you would see in like a post-apocalyptic thing, right? Where small groups form around people who have a need of something, and then they start to ally with each other because they have need of something. And in this case, it would be like a family. Let's say they owned a general store, right? They used to sell things, but after certain conflicts came out, maybe a major battle took place, and taxes started getting higher due to repairs being needed. People started by helping each other, but somehow, some way, turns out likely a big event is the big revelation that one of maybe even this family of their own, you don't know, probably a family somewhere is getting treated much better because of their connections with somewhat higher families. But at the same time, you easily already have situations where the royalty, nobility, and other higher society don't want to take the blame. The clear part is whatever they did forced these families into poverty, higher taxes. They're falling apart. They want to stay rich. They don't give a shit. They know that the backbone of the city is probably the poor people, but they don't. They also know that the people underneath their social status tend to outnumber them, and they cannot know that. Like, they should not be allowed to know just how much they outnumber them, because that's gonna start a rebellion. And in which case, a lot of corruption is probably gonna happen to help turn these families together, inciting some sort of danger, maybe treating people certain well, creating scapegoats, as well as, false opportunities to help turn them against each other. You try to act as if these nobilities and stuff are like, oh, let's plan out something for these people. Let's try to give them these opportunities, showing them that it's a way to create some sort of wealth. It's gonna but it's only gonna be available for the first few people who sign up or can sign maybe to the army and whatnot. It's ways to manipulate the lower classes to essentially do their bidding, so that because they're so busy trying to just stay above they're trying to keep the people busy to tread water, so that they don't have enough time to realize that they're being played, and in which case turning them against on each other helps to keep them down, as well as to keep each other down, because their attention is towards each other. And that jealousy and envy will eventually turn one. The moment someone realizes that they're being played, and helps to turn all of that attention against the higher, is boy, that's when you pop the bubble, and holy shit, you're gonna have some trouble. In this case, probably is the character that we're coming up with. So, what is their oath? It probably started off as these royal fucks. These royal fucks. Mess with us. Right? That's a start. That's how you start of an indifferent character. But he's indifferent. He doesn't really care about him, right? So what points as it? His family's still alive. Right? We keep them alive. They're too busy trying to go their thing. But he probably knows that they're getting played. Right? This is something that is already probably figured out by the character. But oh boy. Before we get to that, who were there before their indifference? They cared a lot about their family, so they're caring. Family oriented. Still family oriented. Still, we'll keep that. Generous. Now selfish. Selfish to anyone outside of the faction. Non-faction members. What happens after you figure out that you know, what happens after you figure out that everything is just corruption and a ploy to keep everyone down as well as to fool them? Well, you got anger, you got rebellion. Rebellion, a try. Need for change. And it's funny because we're just creating the ideal of a character, right? We're just creating like the ideal of the character. Anger and need for change. And eventually, oh boy, they started off as, oh yeah, oh, oh yeah, it's kind of wait, that's kind of it's a little redundant. Sorry, past me, but you're kind of a dumbass. Right? Doop. Who were they before they were paladin? They're caring, family-oriented, generous, easy. Easy. 3 things. You already have something. That's how they are. Right? Who were they before the paladin? Okay. Who were they before the thing? Well, selfish towards non-members. Oh, non-faction members. They were angry. Angry, rebellious. Rebellious. They sought change. Their area. Right? They wanted to. Oh, shit. Okay. What kind of paladin? They started as Change Seeker. It's easy. Change Seeker, protective. Protective of... Oh, man. No. I guess they kind of wanted to be not so much of a leadership role, but they were definitely protective of a class. Protective of their class. Their class as a whole. Let's face it, they're part of a class, which is the working class. Poor class. Oops. Yeah, they were protective of their class. Because they didn't want factions. Okay. Wanted to reunite the factions. And who were they? Yeah. So they were generous, family-oriented, and caring. They probably started off as someone who cared about everyone, even outside of their family, inside of the factions. And who are they now? Only selfish towards. Because eventually, their ideals, right? Their ideals of wanting to unite the factions will crumble. Right? They will crumble. They are someone who will take damage, right? You know, they wanted to unite the factions and realizations. Is that I have that question? Are they different? Oh shit! Who were they? Or what kind of paladin did they start as? Who were they before? Caring, generous, hopeful. They started off as the classic heroic style character. Someone who wanted to believe that people, that if they just stuck together, could be more than they were. They could make their way out of the problems that were being caused by the higher taxes, the wanted to stick together, that if you just show other people probably some level of kindness, eventually it'll pay forward, and you know you'll work, you'll find your way through that hard work to find yourselves outside of that predicament. But the world is uncaring, unfortunately, as well as the fact that there was a lot of corruption that was happening from way above their social status, right? Which means, shit, I'm running a whole ass entire character. Um, you know, their character probably had to face, their character had to face the toxicity of those above who probably saw them and was just like, nah, we can't have this. Nah, I see what this guy, he making moves. He dangerous. We gotta nip this shit in the bud. Right. And then somewhere in between, there is where our actual character is. So honestly, let's try to bring it back. We've got the idealized character of the indifferent paladin, someone who just wanted to unite a bunch of people, realized that he can't have everything he wants, and realized that if he wants to stay sane, he has to let other, just as the higher social statuses wanted, he becomes part of the system of, I need to watch out for my own, right? I'm prepared to throw everything away. All of the details of what I wrote down, we'll throw them away at the end. Right? Find the core of the character, their plan worked. Their plan worked. I couldn't. Everyone, so I helped. Everyone I could. Everyone I could help. I'm exhausted. I'm doing this alone. Right? So, here's what we have. Of the machine I don't want to be, to get out. There we go. So let's throw that out. Throw that out. Let's throw that out. Let's throw that out. No, throw that out. Throw that out. Throw it out. Throw it all out. Fuck it. There we go. Chain Seeker? Fuck you. Throw that out. Huh? Throw that out. There we go. An indifferent paladin, right? So, he is someone who is exhausted all his... Oh. A worn out paladin who lost hope. Honestly, who lost hope in trying to... No, that's it. There we go. In there. Yep. Nope. An indifferent paladin. Yep. Throw it away. There we go. That's it. He's a warrant. There. See? There we go. That's it. At the core of it all, after answering all those questions, after losing my mind of everything from fucking asking it and just establishing, oh, he once cared about people. He once was generous. He once was, no, he's still family oriented. His family is still alive, right? But all of that falls away because all of it is eventually just um, the weight of what he perceived was his own world and responsibility, and he just can't do it anymore. He can't protect. He's too weak to protect anything outside of his family and maybe a little bit of the faction with it. He wanted to rebel against the higher society who was fucking over both his family and the families around him, but he couldn't unite everybody. And keeping trying to do so after all that time is just a little bit fucked. How old is this dude? Probably a little bit older. When he was younger, he had that hope and strength and energy, but after fighting the little factions, after the every bit of like the what's it called? After the bits of um you know where you know what? Let's rewind a little bit further. Right? Let's rewind a little bit further. Wannabe. There you go. A worn out paladin wannabe. Like a failed Don Quixote kind of a thing, right? Like you act like a knight enough, maybe you can convince the world and yourself that you really are one, right? And in this case, you know, how old is this character? Maybe like, especially because it's like it's a level 1. Let's start them off at level 1. How, when you have the core of your character, which is a worn out paladin wannabe who lost hope, right? Because we want an indifferent paladin, but and you know that you could call them an oathbreaker. They probably are not an oathbreaker, right? If we start them out as level 1 in terms of like D&D paladins, how do you put that in the mix? In which case, what is the new oath that they take on as an indifferent paladin, right? Let's actually create character. Fuck it, shit. Me, so that you don't see my account. Let me see. There you go. Play D&D. Make a character. Create a character. Ah. Na 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 na. All right. Let's do that. So, frick it. Let's do a little bit of character creation on here, right? Worn out paladin. If we can come up with a name for him, holy crap! It's funny that I wanted to do stuff behind the DM screen, but this is like more behind the player screen. Well, it's a little bit on both because you're seeing the process of how I create characters as a player, but also trying to be like how to create the conflict that brings certain characters to where they are, right? Because while we're doing this as a character, let's take a look at this from the perspective of a GM, right? If a player brought up being like, my character is a worn out paladin who just lost hope, these are some of the questions I would have asked as a DM, just to be like, okay, what changed them? They found corruption within the city. They found out that the higher society was turning their families against each other, and that they were actively trying to destroy any effort to unify each other. And my character was one of those who tried to unify the people. Maybe is he young? Is this character young? Let's say this character is a little bit young, early 20s. In which case, the tragedy doesn't have to fall into the family. Let's make it so that, okay, um, who, what would bring a younger, or it could also be like older, what would bring a character like this within the middle sections of society to take up arms as a paladin, right? Take up arms as a paladin to fight for something, as well as like trying to unite these factions. That you don't just do that out of nowhere. What gives them inspiration? Well, maybe there was someone within the early factions who was like, we need to quickly form up with each other because the dangers that are incoming, which builds up the implication now. That builds up the implication that there was likely an NPC who saw all of the damages that were going to take place. Mind you, the nobility also would have seen this coming, but this character is like somehow got in the know. Oh fuck, I'm getting in the rabbit hole already. This character would have been somehow in the know, and is he in the middle faction, or was he in like somewhat of a thieves guild? Maybe he wasn't a thieves guild. Maybe he started maybe he started the thieves guild. Fuck it, let's say it. He started the thieves guild to try to maintain some control over the crime in the town. If he had control over the crime in the lower sections, that means that he could protect his own, and that's how they started. Kind of protecting their own. But quickly, protecting your own doesn't just mean like and controlling the crime doesn't just mean, oh man, he is kind of like a mafia, right? It doesn't just mean being ruthless and being it's about knowing how to control the respect of the people around the areas around with you, and like being threatening, not even just being threatening, being an overwhelming guarantee of loss towards the people who try to threaten your area, or at least your region. In which case, this would be like a thieves guild leader or member, probably a leader. Well, we can have him be like a thieves guild leader who quickly got word from one of his higher connects and even like merchantry connects that something's about to go down. Some shit's about to go in on these political like from a lot of these bougie ass people, and it's about to crash onto everyone around us. I know we steal from people who are not under our protection. I know we tend to take. But if all of us happen, then we all go down. And so you have a thieves guild turned rebellion faction, right? Because they have it doesn't matter how much they hate each other. If they're all getting affected, they're all going to lose someone. Their unifying thing is that they don't want to lose the people around them. Now, back down, there's a fly. Now, that quickly, the biggest thing here, and what is, oh wow, is it's kind of the perfect move for using a thieves guild, because like I said, you have this is how I go my tangents, my DM tangents. You have a thieves guild, right? You have thieves guilds. You have an honor among thieves. At least in this faction you do. Not every faction is going to do so. Like I said before, how would the higher society members find ways to create scapegoats so that the lower society does not suspect them of fucking up so badly that you don't notice that they really are the ones to blame of the higher taxes. One, you get them to either hire one of the known factions, to get them to start betraying each other, because they are ultimately various thieves guilds and gangs who will turn on each other at the sight of money. Not all of them will, and this dude's not this character, but like what I'm talking about, like the heroic thieves guild in this case, like a Robin Hood style, maybe, is they have an ideal and realizing that everyone's about to get fucked, and tossing aside their need to be just like the top gang and realizing they need to all become to join like the lower style gangs. Oh man, this is like Zon. That the lower factions need to unite together because they're all getting screwed over. But higher factions, maybe they create a splinter faction. Maybe they create a thieves guild of their own and secretly hire the most traitorous members of each of these bigger factions, like the bigger actual factions, into the smaller faction and be like, you guys join us and we will guarantee that your family, we will guarantee that you will live well off. You are lowborn, but you do this for us and we will bring you up the ladder. A promise like that for people who are either desperate to get out and seeing the damage, they're more than likely going to say, yeah, sign me up, if so long as we just don't have to get caught and we're good at it. It's fine, because the moment they get screwed over, we don't have to worry because we'll be out. I didn't tell you this, but they're definitely gonna get betrayed. This game is not even happening yet. I gotta write this shit down. I'm gonna forget it. But eventually, these are characters who are like hired and totally gonna get tossed away. They're goobs, right? They're goobs, but it doesn't matter because they're goobs who will find a way to stir the pot, and stir the pot they will. Because as smart as a lot of these factions are, we're designing them to get played. So eventually, everyone is screwed over, and the higher society totally know that these factions are going to start building. They allow it, and at first it's fine, right? Why would they allow it? Because they need to build someone up to become their scapegoat. This main Thieves Guild dude, manages to unite the other factions. He basically becomes their leader because he's just naturally charismatic as a leader and was the one who caught on to it, and eventually was just like, listen man, we gotta throw our shit aside and like actually do a thing. I don't want to take the lead. There are aspects of this character that should be closer to like heroic, right? It's a character that doesn't want to take the lead, but because it's his idea and because everyone else has the most like access to it in terms of that and the charisma to unite everyone, he becomes a symbol of hope within the lower sectors, right? So now you have a lesser what's it called, lower society hero, right? A folk hero, essentially, right? That is not the main character, or at least that is not the character that we're building, which is the worn out paladin. That is the person who tried to unite these smaller factions, and even the people propose the other people who are outside of these factions to take up arms and help rebel against the higher society who tried to screw them over. Eventually, word reaches the character that we're making, who is generous, family oriented, and also just has the hope to unite with people. He sees these Thieves Guilds uniting, realizes people are capable of change, and it's hopeful because they have a goal, which is to help each other get themselves out of the predicament of whatever the economic socioeconomic crash that just happened. Hey Andre, I'm losing myself in the process of creating the backstory for a character while also creating as a DM the backstory of a city where that character takes place from. Welcome to my madness, and I'm sorry that for everyone's ears that this is all the ramblings. But yeah, now we have the character who inspired the character that we're building. we were trying. Well, not we, me. We were helping Keegan try to come up with a name for the character, and I just kind of latched onto the idea of character creation. So in that character creation, I tried to show that you create an idealized character and rewind it, because an idealized character is kind of boring. It's not even that, it's kind of boring. They are boring, and they do really well as a background character, but they do shit as a main character because they don't have a story to tell. And in this case, the most interesting part about the idealized character that is outside of this character, which is the worn out paladin, is the person who inspired them to become a paladin in the first place, right? He's not the perfect, even that person is not perfect, because eventually he becomes the scapegoat. He becomes a rebellion leader where he started as a thieves guild leader, right? His most interesting part is the fact that he united the smaller thieves guilds around him into a faction to rebel against the higher nobility or higher society, unknowing that there were already people turned against them within their own smaller factions, which was a smaller faction meant to completely sow discourse. One way or another, you have a Nexus event, right? One way or another, and it doesn't even have to be just this character that we're creating. It could be, hell, right now, you could literally create like a story campaign of all of the characters within your player party were either someone who got screwed over by this Nexus event of the rebellion in the city, or they were people who tried to stop it. Fuck. There's already a campaign idea. God damn it. Drake, help. But yeah. Right? But in this case, we've been trying to write on not even so much alignment of morality, but alignment of emotion, right? In this case, I was talking about, like, I had various questions about, like, is the character, you write the idealized character, you rewind that shit, and then you start off with what the aspect of that character is, right? Because again, you have an incredibly powerful character, an incredibly charismatic character, you have a max stat. It gets boring because they have no story. Rewind it to who they were at the core. In this case, after asking questions and losing my mind, I ended up with a worn out paladin wannabe who lost hope. He is a character who was generous, who had, this is very interesting to your process how you do this. Please don't let me stop you. Right? He was a generous character who belonged in the middle, like, I guess middle working class status kind of a way, right? Because going from poor to rich, usually tropes. Actually, all these tropes have been used before, but give him something to lose, give him something to damage him. His family alive. Stop killing off your families. Not that you don't, like, what's it called? His family alive, parents alive, maybe a sibling or two alive. What happens to them in the Nexus event? All of them get fucked over, and it's the royalty's fault. But none of them care anymore because all they're trying to do is survive. Is this getting a little too close to home? It should, but but in this sense, where his inspirational figure, which was the leader of a thieves guild who united a bunch of thieves guild, eventually created a faction of rebellion who tried to who came to the realization that the higher society was trying to screw everyone over because they fucked up so badly, crashed the economic, crashed the economy, and now everyone has to what's it called? If they don't unite, they're about to start fighting for their lives just to stay just to stay either well fed or well paid for an underpaid and overworked middle and lower society, right? Within this city, because and how do you break that, right? How do you break that? In this case, the higher people in the higher society already started sowing the seeds by creating opportunities within the thieves guilds for like a few, or at least one or two members of each of these smaller thieves guilds to be like, if you fuck them over, you get to reap everything, right? Because they're thieves. As much as they have an honor among thieves, that's just more of a suggestion. It's just a suggestion. You offer someone enough, they're people with a price, you offer them enough money, they'll turn on each other. And that's exactly what the higher society, nobility and stuff, are going to bank on. They're banking on the fact that you need money and family to secure not just yourself, some of them just for themselves, because they want to spend it on money and wealth, because they know they're going to die anyway, so fuck it. And other ones need to secure stability for the family. This is starting to sound like Night City in Cyberpunk. Holy shit. It's D&D Night City. Which, honestly, is, again, just kind of a reflection of somewhere in IRL. I wonder where. Because, this is like kind of where that shit starts. Oh my god, I basically just created the equivalent to Johnny Silverhand, who tried to unite I basically did. And this is where he attacks Arasaka Tower. No, I didn't realize how easy it is to fall into Johnny Silverhand. Jesus Christ. Yeah, fuck it. He is a character who kind of united people, right? He's not perfect. He's, again, a thief. But he's the perfect person to create as a scapegoat. All of these things that are about to fuck over the people would never have happened if this Thieves Guild leader, or if the rebellion leader, had never committed the atrocities and terrorisms that they did to get where they are, right? Because eventually you have a character who's like, again, they're a Thieves Guild. They did commit crimes. You can't call them out. But whether or not they did it for the lower faction, like for the better, you don't know. At least for them, they know it. But the general public don't know it. And the general public also don't know that there were people already fucking with the rebellion anyway. So they were doomed to fail. Right? Like, people to somehow manipulate the higher society can pay people to mess with the propaganda against them. These people can also mess with the what's it called? Oh, again, flow of information, as well as create sowing discourse within the factions already. So it was, even though they were trying to rebel, distrust was always being like, oh, is this leader really who they say they are? You're all thieves, right? Eventually, they just want to use all the other factions to fight for them, and then reap the rewards of the rebellion, of a successful rebellion, for themselves. So someone's gonna sell each other out, right? It's gonna happen. They just don't have a strong enough foundation, is the problem. But it doesn't matter, because somewhere along the way is our character, the worn-out paladin. He sees them as heroes. He sees them as people who are trying to create a positive change within their part of the civilization that is getting screwed over. Let's give them something to care about. Right? They're tired of getting screwed over. They're tired of the higher nobility. Eventually, the rebellion fails, and the smaller factions start to begin. Right? Instead of uniting, they end up splintering. He's part of the more. He's part of. We can say that he was part of the faction that belonged to, you know, his inspiration, the guy who ends up getting used as a scapegoat and eventually executed, right? Made as a public example, and then it quiets down the public for a few years, maybe. I need to hydrate. Ghostbusters, really? But yeah, you have a character who is inspired by that leader. Let's Last Supper this shit. That leader realized early on, this shit's not gonna work out, buddy. I ain't. There are too many Judases in this area. We are not gonna make this out alive. And I'm gonna fucking die. But let's take it further back. The dude knows, and somehow, some way, our character has met this character in passing. Maybe it's like a Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan situation, right? Maybe they were in training. He found out that this character is in line with his own personality, and he wanted to see him grow because the leader is still getting up there in age. He's already experienced, but this is our character is level 0, not even level 1, level 0. Right? Maybe he becomes a part of a small team. Maybe they're a part of a small group of people that were part of the, like, a lower level recruit within the rebellion. Who knows? Maybe that's the entire adventuring party that you're about to come up with. Maybe that's how each player got to know with each other, right? For level 0, maybe they came from the royalty, wanted to hide that fact, fake their own death from their own noble family because they cared about the people that they happened to meet along the way within the lower sections, because they don't like the fact that they have to carry a fuck ton of baggage within nobility, aristocracy, like, you know, the bougie areas, and they're like, I get treated more like a human from the lower sectors than here in wherever the frick we are in society, and so I want to fake my death so that I can actually live a little bit of freedom. That's just a whole different character in general. Ends up in the lower factions, meets our character, now is their friend somehow, just trying to rebel. All level 0. The Nexus event happens. Everyone is fucked. And their leader thrown towards the general public as the ultimate villain / terrorist of the group, and is just like, well, oh god, this is just Critical Role season 4. Oh no. And, you know, posed as just a really as the reason why everyone gets fucked up, and if they don't fall in line, if the people don't fall in line, they're gonna end up on the chopping block too. But they don't have to, because we are a high society. We understand that the people just want to get out of their terrible situation that had been worsened because of this terrorist faction, right? In which case, let's offer these people a place to work. Let's offer them a way out of their thing. Let's nurture the lower sector into wanting to improve themselves out of their own situation. Fucking lies. But it works. It works because these people are desperate. Now, where does that put the party? The party was a part of the rebellion, level 0. But eventually, they earned their way. They were a ragtag group who didn't know shit. Well, congratulations. Now they are level 1. And in their level 1, maybe they don't find a hidden message of the faction leader understanding that something went wrong. maybe what they find is evidence littered around either a small event, maybe someone they trusted. You know, like this is where you kind of rewind an adventure in and of itself, or like a plot hook in and of itself. You have a plot, we have characters, we rewind them. We have a plot hook, rewind it. How do you take an adventure? We're taking a break from the character. How do you take an adventure and plot hook and allow the players to play within it? Right? In this case, my brain immediately said, "Oh, maybe the leader left a message that something is wrong within the city, that there was rebellion." How do you say something? How do you present an adventure without presenting an adventure? Oh, how do you present an adventure without saying anything about the adventure? Instead of leaving the last message, we give the level ones in their backstory, which eventually will give them a different reason too. Give them a reason to question what happened during the Nexus event. In this case, it was the execution and the fall of the rebellion. Let's give them a reason. They all meet up. Maybe they don't like each other anymore. Maybe they are from the different faction and they're like, "You're fucked up. I don't know what we can do now." Right? Our character's worn out. All the damage went through. The rebellion doesn't work. People are turning against each other. The families have become selfish. I can't protect anyone but my own. And honestly, you guys are the only ones I have left. Aside from my family, and aside from the small faction that we're trying to keep together, we're fucking losing it. Right? So this party is all I have left. I'm gonna cling to it as much as possible. I'm not going to take sides in any of the higher society. I'm not taking any of their jobs. I'm not taking care of anyone, even outside of these things, because each of them have betrayed each other. We need to only care about our own, because I cannot do that anymore. Right? Our leader already tried it and failed because too many people were betrayed. We can't have that. They are Thieves Guild, and I cannot be like them. I have to take a different path from them, because we're gonna get our shit handed to us before this ever begins. But that doesn't even really matter, because what can we do? We're not as strong as the leader. We're not as strong as all the other Thieves Guild factions. We have nothing to our name. What the hell can we do? That conversation happens within the party. Maybe it's a shared sentiment. What the fuck is this song? Yeah, alright. Right? God damn. This is just... We're back to character work somehow. Welcome to the ping pong that is DM player within my brain, by the way. Right? But you have that as... You see where it's... I hope you see what the buildup is here. Somehow, some way. You probably don't. This is my musings. So, how do you take this group of characters, probably the players, in terms of like it's a scenario of players who decided they wanted a shared backstory to getting to know each other, and however they wanted to. It's just like, they started off caring, something happened, this guy's worn out, that one wants to feel human, another one just, maybe they are selfish, maybe they were one of the people who felt betrayed, or who were hired to betray, and sow discord into the factions, only caring about their own family, only to realize that they were betrayed themselves, and maybe they want revenge, which sets up the party to a future conflict of themselves, because they directly took part in helping break down the rebellion in an already low trust sector and low trust society, right? Because in a high trust society, they would have stuck together and the rebellion probably would have succeeded, right? But in this case, low trust society, didn't work. And their biggest thing to hide from the party is the fact that they had already pre-fucked up so badly that it affected everyone else in the party, which is also within my own Monday party. It's fun. God damn it! Now we have 3 characters. That fuck. How did we create 3 characters out of this? How did I lose this? Well, yeah. Now we have a hypothetical 3-person party. Someone from the someone from the higher sector, 2 people from the middle and lower sector, someone from the dregs of society as a thief, and someone who just wanted to be hopeful, which eventually becomes again the worn out paladin wannabe, right? But yeah, he's out of hope. How do you set off a character who has 0 hope? Right? The point is, you don't give him hope. Don't give him a reason to have hope. Give him a reason to lean in to his resentment. Right? He's not an oathbreaker paladin because he doesn't have an oath. He doesn't even know what his oath is, and this is the part where I actually really like oaths. How do we find his oath? Let's do it. In which case, welcome to level 1 to a worn out paladin. Let's do a paladin in 5.5e. The core paladin traits. I'll gain all the traits of a thing. Strength and charisma. His inspiration was the Thieves Guild leader, who managed to unite the lower sector factions into a rebellion. Charisma was something you need to be in terms of leader. Holy shit, this really did come out naturally. His inspiration was essentially our version of Johnny Silverhand, right? So, we do it. What would he... Oh, wow. Well, the biggest thing is... Persuade... Oh, hold on. No, persuasion. He has... Persuasion or intimidation? Hold on, that's kind of fun. Or insight. Let's see what this character is. If it's insight, he is someone who, again, his inspiration is essentially Johnny Silverhand, but of a Thieves Guild, right? And found out that there were people who were lying to him, as well as lying to other people within the factions, that caused it to tear itself apart. The rebellion to tear itself apart before it ever began, right? Insight means that he had to somehow be more careful. He doesn't trust other people anymore, right? He needs to know who is fucking him over, and he needs to catch information and form and see where the dots lie, and have the ability to find out how to connect those dots between people and society as a whole, so that he can see the web of information and kind of make his way through it. That's where I would see insight going in. Intimidation might be a good 3rd rather than a 2nd, right? Because, you know, he was caring, he was generous, and he was very family oriented, but he's worn out. He cannot... Is he a little older? Maybe. We'll probably go a little bit younger, right? But again, these factions have already turned on each other. By this point, like, of beginning this adventure, this character is worn out, and yeah. Just repeating myself, Jesus Christ. It's not... Think of, like, Eggsy from Kingsman, right? Oh, man. I guess he kind of did. Yeah. Think of, like, Eggsy from Kingsman, where being nice is not necessarily being kind. being kind in this case is you need to be able to protect your own, right? And sometimes the kindest thing you can do to do that is be a little bit ruthless and intimidating. Like you have to scare other people away from what you have, so that they don't. So that you're scaring away predators from your territory, right? Like you're kind of leaning into more like the natural animalistic instincts within faction, right? In this case, it'd be like wolves who are trying to scare away anyone who try to mess with their pack, right? He's a pack leader. He's an alpha. No, okay. Persuasion. Persuasion could be if you wanted your character to be. Actually, I think persuasion would be unlikely something, right? Because he could be persuasive with intimidation to get what he wants, sure, but he could be insightful in terms of using information and wit to his advantage. Rather than trying to persuade somebody, you make sure they cannot. You make sure to give them an offer they can't refuse. Somehow, some way, you have to find creative ways to corner your opponents rather than giving them a choice, right? So just like the people falling for the scapegoat and then falling for the ploy of we're giving the people a chance to work for themselves, to out of their situation, to a situation that we created, by the way, and they get this false hope of what's it called? Manufactured choice for the people, because their alternative is staying hungry, staying poor, and whatnot. That is their alternative. You do that against the very people that fucked you over in the first place. That's why I would say insight rather than persuasion. God damn it. We're flip-flopping between DM player. Now, what else will be good? You want to do medicine? Again, he was generous to people, right? Religion? No. Medicine? Maybe he did help a lot of people out. Maybe he did care enough for people just to, and his own family to administer something for the small scale battles. He's not someone who would be in the front line at the time because they'd be level 0. He would be someone who's just like, oh frick, oh fruck, I'm still in training, buddy. I can't have you, but I can give you mouth to mouth. So maybe medicine. But the truth is, you can't help anyone until you learn to help yourself. So maybe it is medicine for himself. Maybe he can only take care of himself, and that's how he kind of learned. Or it could be athletics. He is someone who has learned to get into and out of things and out of trouble. Athletics more than acrobatics, because well, acrobatics helps you get out to like carefully. Athletics would be more about having the strength to jump higher, having the speed to run faster, rather than controlling your balance. It could help you in terms of, you know, using your acrobatics to stay well balanced, keep your balance on the roofs, to keep your balance on like tight roping, and also having the ability to like more stealthily do things. But in this case, I would say athletics would be my area of the next best thing to acrobatics, because what you need is the strength to, you know, break into places, break down doors, break down windows without creating too much of a commotion, or without freaking destroying your hand. Do you tackle something? Do you scale a window? Who knows? That's up to you. He's a paladin. Maybe he's like, maybe he takes up the shield instead and is like, I need to help people get out rather than just fighting to hurt people. I need to learn how to defend myself so that I can defend people whenever there's uh, danger happening. Picks up a shield, goes in to tackle people, grapple them. He doesn't want to hurt them because there's still the kind nature in front of him where it cares about other people's lives, and knowing insightfully that killing other people and making bigger enemies is exactly where the rebellion fucked up in the first place and ended up tearing themselves. Maybe they just, regardless of whether or not they started betraying each other because of thing, their methods may have been wrong, right? Maybe there was something about the method of their inspiration that just it, in the end didn't vibe with their idea of what they needed to do, right? And maybe that'll be a moral challenge of himself. Does he become the person that he admired but eventually got disillusioned by? Or does he find a new path, right? That's just a future plan. Whether or not the character sticks with that plan is completely out of the table. Just like a DM, be prepared to throw away your entire plan for your character. Welcome to character and world building. Now, following over. In this case, probably we're kind of starting to establish that while he is a worn out paladin, he is still a paladin at his core. He cares about people, and he knows the weight of the decisions that the people before him fucked up with, where he is now, rather than being a thief, right, or likely a rogue, he takes up the shield rather than the sword. So, athletics, to grapple people, to tackle them down, to make sure that they either can't stand up to fight someone else without trying to force them into a point where he has to, kill them. In which case, maybe his playstyle is he tries everything he can to people that are weaker, or like after assessing whether the threat level of a person decides whether or not that he has to take up the sword or the shield. That could be a fine switch up, in which case weapon mastery. Antimatter rifle. Yup. We want someone who can hold a shield, which means we need either a one-handed weapon like a short sword, which is essentially just an arming sword, or even a long sword. That way they can toss aside their shield and wield a blade by two hands, which honestly, a lot of times the long sword was made so that you didn't necessarily need the sword. It was just like, you have defensive forms that allow you to fight with just a sword shield. But mechanic wise, you need a shield. So, maybe they have even a light hammer. Who knows? Let's go with classic tropes. Longsword. A sap. If you hit a creature with longsword, the creature's disadvantage on its next attack before it starts the next sword. Sick. That's actually really nice. Maybe he doesn't aim for killing someone with it. Maybe he just makes sure that they can't fight anymore. Right? What's another one? Does he use long range attacks? We don't know. Maybe. Maybe uses a pistol. No, I'm kidding. Which, listen, I know a lot of people don't like including like guns and pistols because it seemingly doesn't fit into fictional, magical, medieval times. I would argue that a pistol is exactly where it needs to be in that sort of setting. In a place where magic is like the ruling point, right? I've said it before, a silent bolt of crossbow or an arrow is really nice for stealth. But many times it also just isn't going to do the job. It's not going to be it's not going to hit hard enough, it's not going to be fast enough, even if you can't be noticed, and the drop off point just might be too close. Eventually these types of characters are going to start to create a gun, something to overcome magic in terms of speed and penetration power. In which case, a gun, right? Even the wizard's probably going to take a gun, because maybe you run out of spells, maybe you can't do your cantrips, maybe you run. You know what does work in a silent bubble? A gun. But that's neither here nor there right now. Maybe they take a javelin. Let's take a javelin. They're not great at aiming. Let's say, as a character thing, they're not great at aiming a bow. They're not great at aiming a crossbow. But for some reason, if it comes to throwing rocks, if it comes to throwing javelins, totally rock on it. They spent their skill points in just enough for that. Spells. First. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold on. First thing. Again, he's a worn out paladin. Oh fuck, that's fun. We'll say he's a worn out paladin because he's exhausted from all of the battles that just keep on wearing down on his at the core of it all, kindness, generosity, and his family orientation, right? But that part of his personality should shine through. He's worn out, he's indifferent to whatever the frick is happening in this world, because everyone just wants to screw each other over, and he just doesn't want to deal with it anymore. But he's faced with the reality that he has to deal with it anyway, and he's looking for a way out. I don't want to be a part of the machine. I want to get out of it. Hey, Jelly. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to my madness. Clara! What? Here we go. Guys, go check them out. Go check them out when you can. Yeah, well, I knew you two were working on art and craft and doing all the things. Okay. I cannot. I have to change the song. I'm sorry. Really? Shape of... Okay, fair enough. So what we're doing right now, even though tonight was supposed to be going behind the Dungeon Master screen, where I kind of explain my journey to being a Dungeon Master, fuck it. We were answering questions on character creation and naming that I just latched onto it. Screw it. That's what we do here. So now, not only am I teetering between being a player in D&D and how I handle the process of creating a character, I'm also teetering towards the side of a Dungeon Master by creating the very world and predicaments that affect this character as a whole, because it's been 4 fucking hours. Now, if you guys have to raid and run, I fully understand. If you would like to stay here, chill, and, see how my madness goes into D&D, because it goes into hard mode when it comes to creation, you are more than welcome to do so. My brain cannot go into easy mode. I feel like a shepherd dog in that, like a border collie in this sense, where for some reason my brain just refuses to take the easy way out. And now here I am fleshing out the very society that this character and their 2 companions that somehow were born in the same thing. I said, I'm gonna go to bed. I said, we're like, hey, sleep. Good night. Good night, sleep. Good night. Take care. That now we have a worn out paladin a runaway rich, a runaway noble, as well as a regretful traitor as part of the party within a society, within a corrupt city of middle and lower class people who were screwed over by the people above. I'll catch you next stream. Hey, thank you for showing up. Thank you for chilling. I don't know how much of this you understood. I expect zero. And welcome to my brain. Oh, buddy. Oh, man. But in this case, like I was saying, their generous personality, the part where they wanted to protect other people around them, and the part where they were inspired by the leader of the Thieves Guild and the factions that eventually got used as a scapegoat by the nobility, by the noble factions or the aristocrats, uh, into becoming the scapegoat to not only tearing down the original rebellion, but getting him executed. Yo, thank you for the streak. And the part of that character that inspired this character before they were worn out still has to shine through. Like I said, they just ran out of hope, but there is old habits have to die hard, right? It's not that he has hope in the people, it's that he needs to transfer the energy that was once hope into a level of anger and maybe a level of vengeance. He's Batman. His family's still alive. In which case, how does that affect his fighting style and his magic and his spells as a paladin? In this case, somehow he would have had to learn magic. Maybe there is an NPC that taught him magic. Or maybe he learned it from a book. I don't know. Fuck it. It's not up to me to decide. It's just an implied question that is possible, because paladins in D&D come up with some way. We haven't even talked about his full oath yet, right? In this case, one of the spells here is available is Compel Duel. You try to compel a creature into a duel. One creature that you see within range makes a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you, and it can't willingly move to a space that is more than 30 feet away from you. The spell ends if you make an attack roll against a creature other than the target, and if you cast a spell on an enemy other than the target, if an ally of yours damages the target, or if you end your turn more than 30 feet away. Oh, I like this because what we know from, or what we put in with this character, is their weapon mastery is a longsword. And the longsword's ability is Sap, which, if you hit a creature with a longsword, that creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll before your next turn. You are essentially a tank as a paladin, and this spell just might allow you to do so. Because if you... what's it called? If this character fails... if your enemy fails their saving throw, they're now forced to duel with you. One, your longsword will force that character to have disadvantage on their next attack roll until your next turn, which means you roll a die, you take the lesser value of, you roll a die twice, the d20 twice, right? And you take the lesser value of the two. You are doing that non-magically through a longsword, but stack that in with Compel Duel, then you make it so that they have disadvantage on attack rolls on other people if they're not attacking you, and they can't move away too far, right? You are effectively drawing aggro to yourself magically, while at the same time, non-magically, you are trying your best to make sure that you are harder to hit because of it. Or maybe you like to heal people and you go with Cure Wounds. Effectively, how many can we have? We have 2, so Compel Duel is one of them. Maybe his generosity goes into Cure Wounds. That is the immediate thought. Healing other people should move him away from the failed rebellion where they just ended up hurting each other. He needs a reason to move away from their flawed tactics and strategies for the rebellion, and needs to create a reason for other people to start believing in him, maybe. Which is, but at the same time, it could be out of desperation. You know, I'm choosing these spells to be meaningful to the character rather than simply be um golden, really. Rather than simply be something that works towards the mechanics. Compelled Duel works for the mechanics and works for the character concept of being a protective character that isn't necessarily trying to aim to kill someone. It's just aiming for that to dissuade an enemy from attacking anyone else but them, while at the same time making it difficult for that person to kill him. Right? It's still a defensive spell rather than like trying to ensure that the fight happens. Do I have? Yeah, because you don't even get advantage against this creature. You have to face them normally. It's just that if you hit with your longsword, they have a harder time facing you. Cure wounds could be out of desperation to protect the people you want because you just don't want to lose anybody. You don't want to. You know the price that was paid for the failed rebellion. Maybe you don't want to face that price, and there's a fear in you. So part of it is losing people around you. His parents, his siblings, if he has any, still alive. A cure wounds could help prevent facing the ultimate price. But that's there. What's divine favor? No. Protection from poison and disease. It could be nice. You get it for free. You could detect magic. But maybe not. Heroism would be nice because a willing creature is imbued with bravery. Until the spell ends, you are immune to frightened, and you gain temporary hit points equal to your ability. Our abilities being charisma, I think, spellcasting, shield of faith. He's lost hope. He's lost hope. He does not have shield of faith. He has no faith right now. If he only has faith, it's just to protect the people around him, right? And maybe it does, but not enough faith in himself and other people to protect them in that way. In which case, probably using insight to tell who around him wants to screw him over, stay far away from them, while at the same time trying to help himself and his companions stay smart enough not to get screwed over. Ward away? Yeah, I think the most obvious ones for him and the most natural is Compelled Duel to make sure the most dangerous enemy within a fight stays watching him. And if that doesn't work, he'll just try to be a menace towards them to make it hard to hit other people. Cure wounds can help him stay alive. Again, help himself before he can help other people. That should be his goal. In which case, if he's fine, doesn't need the healing, give it to someone else. Now, character details, character options. Acolyte, artisan, gimmick, criminal, entertainer, farmer, guide. We did see that he was working class before he ended up being the worn out paladin wannabe. The paladin is the class that he wants to be. He doesn't know his oath yet. It's just paladin in a sense that he's protective of something. It could be protective out of desperation. In which case, I think that's the theme that we're going with this character. He's a paladin out of desperation. Noble? No. Merchant? I did say his family owned a store. A general store? Probably. Let's go with merchant. You were apprenticed to a trader, caravan master, a shopkeeper, learning the fundamentals of commerce. You traveled broadly, and you earned a living by buying and selling raw materials artisans need to practice their craft, finish works for such crafters. You might have transported goods from one another by ship, wagon, caravan, and brought them to traveling traders and sold them in your shop. That's kind of where we're at. What the fuck is lucky? What? Oh shit. I don't know about this. You have a number of luck points equal to your proficiency bonus and can spend points on the benefits below. You regain expended luck points when you finish a long rest. Advantage. When you roll a d20 for a d20 test, you can spend 1 luck point to give yourself advantage on the roll. When a creature rolls a d20 for an attack roll against you, you can spend... Oh shit, this is kind of perfect for this paladin. What the fuck are we creating? Holy shit. This... Okay, I guess it turned out that sometimes the natural choices tend to line up for you, even on a occupational. Damn. The merchant background allows you to choose between constitution, intelligence, and charisma. Between your scores is increased by all 3. Well, let's not choose yet. Let's actually fast forward. Not yet. Stop it. Let's... Oh yeah, shit. Not gonna lie. Probably just gonna go human. You know what? Let's get a little funky with it. Gnome Paladin? It's kind of hilarious. I kind of like that. Gnome Paladin. A Gnome Paladin from a family of gnomes who sold maybe not weapons, but items that were of general use, allowed other people, maybe raw materials, craftsmen, things that would allow other people to like build something for their homes, craft something for themselves, do a little bit of that one. He has ideas on being a merchant and maybe more ideas on like what craft the general public needed, right? To make him a little bit craftier and maybe helps him make more makeshift things and inventive rather than being someone who wants to fight. Frick, I like this. Yeah, fuck it. He's a gnome paladin. Oh man, I'm creating Poppy from League of Legends. Within a city whose of Night City, and his inspiration is fucking Johnny Silverhand. God damn it. This character is inspired by a lot of things. You are humanoid. You are about 3 to 4 feet tall. Oh, so he's like me. It's a self-insert. It's getting speed is 30. You have dark vision with a range of 60 feet. That's not bad. Advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. That's good because he's insightful. He relies more on his mental capabilities rather than to make the decisions and avoid fights because he's sick of the fights. Right? But he wants to protect people, so he has to be smarter about it. Right? Especially because he's small. Trying to protect his family has to be met with a level of intelligence. It's starting to sound a little close to where Cage was in our thing. And holy crap. Oh. Is it Xenia or Xenia? Jenya's left booty cheek? Thank you for the follow. Holy crap. Oh man. But yeah, well, welcome in. I am losing my mind. Welcome to... I don't even remember how I got here. But yeah, I kind of... Oh man. Kind of rewinding where we were at 2 hours ago. We were talking about how to create a character from a player standpoint and how to kind of ask who that character is to flesh them out from a dungeon master standpoint, because a lot of times players have a hard time coming up with a character and at the same time a lot of many times dungeon masters also don't really know where to start with tying in their players characters to their adventure, so we're kind of doing both at the same time by teetering the line of both. Hello. Yeah, you can pronounce it as Xenia. Oh, okay, so it is Xenia as well. Xenia's left booty cheek. Welcome in. I'm going crazy, but yeah, my creativity is on overdrive right now. uh Drake, if you're still here, I don't know. uh yeah, so we started off there. We asked a lot of questions to figure out the core of this character, by asking, were they heroic? We said no. Were they villainous? We said no. Were they, um, what's it called? Were they neutral? Yeah. Were they indifferent? A little bit, yeah. Right? It's like, what makes them indifferent? They're fucking done with this shit. They just can't do it anymore. Right? Like, I cannot care for all of this faction bullshit because it clearly didn't work. Even the person who made me, and I'm speaking in the character, even the person who inspired me to go into the rebellion, he got fucked over. He tried his best and got fucked over. I can't do that shit. I have to choose something else because I have to just take care of my own, because nah. It ain't gonna work out. But he's a little bit neutral. Does he care? Does he care for some of the noble factions who are actually trying to do good in the city? No. Does he care about the people who are being corrupt? Not really. Because it doesn't matter to him the fact that one is trying to do good, one is trying to do bad. Both screwed over the lower sectors. So it doesn't matter who wanted what. What matters is what happened, which is the rebellion failed. The factions broke, like the rebellion broke apart, fractured into even more factions, turned on each other. The general public no longer trusts each other. We become a low trust society who will take the chance to screw each other over now too. He's losing his mind. He can't care about anything else around him because it's just all bullshit. So it doesn't matter to him anymore. So it's New York. I'm kidding. Crap. Right? But that's where his character is at the start. But inside, at the even deeper core of the indifference, is that he was still originally a family-oriented, caring, and generous character. So there was a subconscious habit in him to being protective and wanting to seek change in it, even if it's just to get out of the shittiness of it for the sake of himself, his own sanity, and his family. He's still protective. He still has a sense of generosity. It's just more contained now to his own faction, just as much as anybody else's in their own. But with it, instead of just being like, I have big sword, I have shield, I am tank, I soak up damage, I slash things, smite. The spells that he takes and the curing that he does has to have a reason. We're giving it weight to the character. In which case, he's a small character. He knows he can't just fight everyone around him, and a longsword might fuck him up. Because it's probably closer to like a great sword on his stature. Maybe he does abandon the shield altogether and just goes for the longsword two-hander. A longsword as a two-hander on his own, and just uses compelled duel to make sure people pay attention to him, so that other people can get away or take advantage of the opening. While at the same time, cure wounds might be for himself to make sure he stays alive, or an emergency, the desperation to not lose anything around him, the way that the rebellion failed and affected other families and lost their own. So those are now we have the two spells. And because he's a merchant from a merchant family, again, he's not just all muscle, he's partly charisma and strength, but the insightfulness comes from knowing people. He had to have been a people person because you do kind of have to be a people person to have a successful business and merchantry, right? And that gives him a chance to access information both from rumors of businesses failing or things that were put into the uh, discord that was being sowed by the hirelings of the upper factions, in which case follow the money. That's frick. All right, that's an aspect of this character that we just discovered. He's not just protective, but he's also smart and insightful, right? His biggest flaw is that he just doesn't believe in people as much as he used to, but rather he believes in the worst parts of the people. But he just can't help himself into falling back on his habits, right? But one of those is also, but even though he's like that, he's not dumb enough to not come at people. Where he's, again, he wants to persuade people. He wants to persuade people, but instead of persuasion, if we're going to rely on insight, it's that he knows how to use information to his advantage to give people an offer they can't refuse. He's a paladin, and I'm essentially making him into a mafioso, which is kind of fun. So yeah, intelligent. Nomus lineage. You are part of a lineage that grants you supernatural abilities. Choose one of the following options. Whichever you choose, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, is your spellcasting ability to the spells. Well, charisma is the other one, so we're going charisma. You know the minor illusion cantrip. You also always have to speak with animals, spell prepared. You can cast it without a slot a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you gain all spells to use. You can also use any spell slots to cast a spell. A rock gnome. You know mending and prestidigitation cantrips. In addition, you can spend 10 minutes casting prestidigitation to create a tiny clockwork device, such as a toy, fire starter, or music box. When you create the device, you determine its function, choosing the effect of prestidigitation. The device produces the effect whenever you... Oh. If the chosen effect has options when you choose... You choose the spell, ignites, extinguishes fire, the device... Shit, this is a fun choice. Here's the thing. If you do Forest Gnome for the minor illusion and for the speak with animals, it is a character who uses their brain to be like, somehow they... Oh, I guess that's how they would have had the magic to learn as a paladin, I guess. Right? To be like... maybe they use the minor illusions to create advertisements for the family. Maybe they use it to record or show off evidence, even though they... And at the same time, have to be as convincing as possible. And at the same time, maybe deliver messages somehow to other people. They have to be a little bit tricksy with it. Or because they're a merchant who sold general store stuff, maybe they are a rock gnome who dealt with minor inventions and kind of helped learn the process of that. I think rock gnome is where we're going to go with. So, confirm, he is a gnome. Oh, we still don't even have a name for him. Gnomes are magical folk created by the god of invention, illusions, and life underground. Gnome. So, we'll go with rock gnome. And we'll go with charisma. We'll go with rock gnome of charisma because he is a paladin. And then languages, man, Yeah, we'll start with just you have common. Mm, it's funny. Let's use common sign languages. Being a part of the uh, Thieves Guild had the perk of Thieves Can't, right? But they had to learn ways to, you know, let the let the rebellion kind of flourish, right? In which case they had to find ways to communicate in secrecy. In that way, we can use common sign language as a thing. But he's also supportive and generous kind in at heart. So he definitely learned how. He probably learned common sign languages from people who offered it. Frick, it'd be kind of cool to have like a thief connection who mainly communicated from sign language. Maybe they made the mistake of betraying and their tongue was cut out, and so they had to learn how to communicate. Kind of like it. Of course, Gnomish. Come on. We're finding out details about this character that I'm never going to use. Okay, now comes with rolling. Let's do manual roll. Rolling is different for every group. If it was in my adventure party, just roll 3 times and figure out which stats you want. Jesus, really? 17? That's almost my... Oh my god. Oh my god. Sir. What are these stats? Sir, a 10? That's good, that's still good. Avoid brother mans. Yes. That's funny. I like one stat that's a negative. Brother. A 6-6. Oh, that's not bad. Nice. That's close to average. That's still really good. A 17. Excuse me. A 15. That's pretty good, bro. It's funny, I'm getting excited over a character, again, that I'm never going to use. Okay. Now, we have all these stats. This is more of a generalized stat. This is more of a generalized stat. These two are more of like focus stat. But this one is still closer to like, it's still a -1. And, the obvious move here is to do +1/+1/+1 so that you have an even stat of like +2 here, +4 here, and then a +3 in terms of like, after you do the math, anything a 10 is a 0 is a +0, and then every even number after that is a +1 to your bonuses. But this is even higher spec, and you know me. God damn. Let's do... Yeah, frick you. Let's do charisma. Let's do strength. Those are the 2 things about you. Let's do constitution, because that's the next one. Let's do dexterity. This is the next one. Huh. Yeah, no, athletics. He's athletics. Right? And mind you, his main thing is that he doesn't really want to kill someone. That doesn't necessarily mean he's bad at it. If he'll probably rely on like more grapples, push like shoves and stuff to make sure someone either stays down, cannot chase any other people, or uses his swords to damage someone, force them to have disadvantage on attacks because of a long sword. But at the same time, the faster he can take someone down, it acts as like a deterrent from attacking, right? But at the same time, if they're dangerous, then he has to end them. He has to be willing. But first and foremost, the attacks are meant to be a deterrent but he has to have an overwhelming presence to say that like you're not escaping me, you know, intimidate the shit out of them. So charisma, strength, that's the main thing. We'll do intelligence. Wisdom is our dump stat. No, we'll do wisdom as our dump stat. It's a -2 in terms of. We'll do a -2 because he's still a worn out paladin, right? His perception may not be great because he just doesn't care anymore. Maybe before it was higher, but he just could not care less. Frick, his insight is high though. How would you roleplay this? He has the intelligence to know how. You know what? Do intelligence here. No, I already did that. We'll do intelligence here. We'll do wisdom here. We'll add the +1 here. It's funny because he's a rock gnome. We'll have the interesting part of he had the social skills. We'll do hilarious something. We'll say he had the social skills to be able to sell things. Maybe he was just a bit of a little shit about it. But while he's proficient in insight, it's more about the insight to gain and use the information, but not the insight to tell that people are annoyed with him because of it. So, or at least, yeah, no. He's the insight to do these things, but where he falters is he knows how to use the information that he knows about, but he's otherwise kind of still shit at gaining information, and like eventually there's something that falls. So he's a -2 to general intelligence. I like it. We'll do it. You know, he also really only knows things about selling, which is why eventually he got fooled. His wisdom is knowing that people are not to be trusted, but he just doesn't know enough about certain other things to fully know who is or isn't to be trusted. In which case, we'll choose merchant ability scores. We'll do a 2 and 1. What did we want? We want a 1 on charisma and a 2. Well, no, I'm selfish. This is where my min-max comes out. We want a 1 to charisma and 2 fucked up intelligence, which means here we go. Oh, wait, what? Where did you get the +2? How did you get the 9? Excuse me? Am I missing something? Oh, wait, no, am I missing something? Where'd you get the +1? What the fuck? Is there a racial bonus that I missed out? +2. Oh, because I gave it the +2. Honestly, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's keep it at a 7. Let's keep the -2 for the spice. There we go. Constitution. There we go. Now you have a you have a +3 to strength, +3 to constitution, and a +4 to. This character is funny. There. Now he has a 13 health for a gnome, for a rock gnome. Spells compel duel. Okay, he's level 1. He kinda dumb. That's why he's level 1. Now, we're reaching the end of this character. What does he have? Chainmail, shield, longsword. Jesus Christ. Yeah, alright, fuck it, let's do it. Choose an option. Amulet, holy symbol, reliquary. Emblem. The emblem and a praise pack? Okay. 2 pouches, traveler's clothes. Yeah. I like that. 2 pouches, 2 traveler's clothes. Does he get any weapons? Let's see what happens here. Oh. Let's remove that and just completely min-max that shit. Yeah. He was a merchant from a merchant family. He was surprisingly good at selling things, but not really knowing anything outside of that. Maybe his intelligence is that he's a bit of a sheltered kid. He was a bit of a sheltered kid because he really only knew how to sell things and kind of make certain things, but not necessarily know much outside of that. There we go. Backpack. Use. Chainmail. Wear. Javelin. Wield. All 6 javelins. Jesus Christ. Lamp. Shield. Bet. Yeah. Okay. That's kind of crazy for a longsword. It's kind of crazy for a rock gnome. There we go. What's his name? His main thing is that he's from a merchant he's from a merchant family. He was always a little bit kind-hearted and generous. He has the intelligence to know that he's dumb, but he has the charisma to uh fuck with people and make good enough offers. But his wisdom is more being insightful about the people around him. Because his stat for charisma is already a +4, there's no need too much to get greedy with the persuasion. Rather, evening it out with insight helps enough. And strength also evens out. What's his name? Let's see. What would, just like we were working with Keegan on his name, we have features of him being a merchant's son. Right? A merchant family's son. The first easiest part is naming him Coin. Maybe Wallet. Oh shit, Wallet. Wallace. Leather? Name of the Heather? Okay, the first thing is literally just Wallace. Because kind of reminds me of a wallet. It's an easy thing that you can reach into your pocket. Something that's easily stolen because of thieves. A wallet is what contains money, because you want people's money. And at the same time, in terms of investigations, for as shitty as he is with intelligence, he's someone who follows the money. I think wallet is where we like it. And instead of wallet, we'll go with Wallace. Oops. His name is Wallace. What's his last name? Does he need one? Well, technically he's still from like a general store. not a full merchantry, but a lot of times, especially if you're going for like a slightly medieval thing, last names, like surnames, tended to go more for people as a title, right? Where like, okay, well, you were an artisan from an artisan family, maybe your last name is Smith because your father was a blacksmith. Ooh, so if you're from a Wallace, well, your name is already your name. Hmm. Yeah, your I was about to say Cornwallis is a last name. That'd be kind of funny because his family would sell corn, but they'd have to find someone that sells corn. Uh, Man, I'm justifying this character way too much. No, we'll stick with Wallace. Wallace Silverhand. Christ, no, no. Ooh, ooh, hold on. We could have that as like a joke, rather than like, yeah, you know what? We could have that as the joke, as because it's like coming from the inspiration of an adventure where his rebellion leader, that is his somewhat inspiration before he got worn out, was essentially just Johnny Silverhand, right? And he's someone who's protective, so the shield comes to mind, and a lot of shields are mainly made of like iron or steel, some sort of steel. But when you see them, when you think about it, it's like you want it to be shiny, as shiny as a coin. Which we were talking about wallets and coins. A coin is shaped like a circle, and what else is shaped like a circle? A shield. So going with it, Wallace Silver Shield. Welcome to D&D. Wallace Silver Shield is a worn out paladin who just wants to protect the people around, who just wants to protect his family as well as the friends, well, his companions, his two companions, who story hook, rather than finding the final message of the rebellion leader, finds people who are having the conversation of the people um, who betrayed the original rebellion, and the characters, or at least the players in this section, have to find out why these people have gathered, only to later reveal they were the people who, what's it called? Some shit was going down. And by that point, from a DM standpoint, now we've gotten Wallace Silvershield from a player's standpoint. Let's come up with how to get him into an adventure from a DM standpoint. Him and his two companions just found out that there are people stirring some shit up again. The rebellion is over and the faction's over, so why are there people? Well, why is the last place they go to the home of the rebellion leader that got what's it called? That got executed. Okay, maybe the three of them, or one of them, was the gullible hired patsy of the nobility, right? In which case, likely they found out they were screwed. Maybe they're trying to hide it, or maybe they're truthful. What is this song? Howl's Moving Castle? Nice. Is revealing to the other two, we fucked up, and now they're trying to hide the evidence. Evidence of what? Oh no, you moved together. You're three of them. They're a trio. The three of you stumbled now. It's a cover-up story as to why all this shit happened. Maybe the weird twist is the awe-inspiring leader that he followed, maybe it was an even bigger thing. So, but that would be your discretion as a DM to decide, do we make do we try to ride on to an even bigger twist that the supposed Johnny Silverhand was actually also the biggest traitor of them all, right? Maybe he was the biggest traitor of them all, and they were like, nah, we can't have that, and said, fuck you, had him executed. And now they're trying to cover up all the evidence that the leader of the rebellion was actually involved with the noble factions, who ended up turning him as a scapegoat anyway, and they kind of screwed him each other over, in which case creates the even bigger problem of, bro, you can't even trust your own comrades at that point. Oh my god. But yeah, now we have the character of a worn out oops of a worn out paladin who is tired of the bullshit involved when the DM's perspective of, let's create a contained city where there's just way too much bullshit going on. Of too many fucking conspiracies and no one knows who's on whose sides. And at which point, where do you keep track? Good luck, DM. I completely derailed from tonight's original topic, in which case I may have fun the next time I take this on. That being said, I'm going to look for someone to raid. Guys, thank you for sticking around with me and my ramblings and my insanity and the whatever frick process whenever came into my mind that said I'm going to create something both in the mindset of a player trying to create something that fits into the world of a DM, and a DM trying to ask questions to flesh out a character, and at the same time flesh out the world in which the character can belong, right? While I didn't more or less explain how this shit went through, I'm kind of happy to show the process of my insanity towards it. And the next time I do this, I will definitely talk more about not just the process of a DM, but like why this process is the way it is, right? Where as a character, I'm trying to create a fleshed out core of a character that has a reason to doubt the world that he's in and the kind of society that he lives in, and to seek out maybe not adventure, but to seek out truth. That would be change, right? Because this character is not perfect. He's good. Like his desire is to protect people. It's not going to be a perfect process. He's probably going to fail. His ability to do so, because his stats, because we rolled fucking high, promote not so much being overly successful each time, but rather promote the concept of the character trying to be who they are, while at the same time you would have to use your creativity to let the more negative aspects of those stats kind of play through in his into part of the intrigue of his roleplay, while at the same time the information that you have because of the backstory allowing as a player to reflect through what he chooses, more than just being like, I have big number, I make attack, I fight, right? Keep the spells meaningful. From a player's perspective, keep the find a meaningful spell that helps the concept of the character reflect their mentality and reflect their inner flaws, right? Like taking cure wounds out of desperation for not wanting to lose the people around him, taking um, compel duel because he wants to make sure that other people have a chance to take advantage of openings while at the same time, you know, look at me, I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Fuck off. I'm like, fuck off. No. I'm gonna be a menace to you because I don't want you to attack my friends, kind of a thing. A lot of it is out of desperation, right? And at the same time, from a DM's perspective, now we have a character who we can invest some of the story behind. Now we have NPCs and factions that exist within a city that allow this character to flourish into what destroyed their psyche, in a sense, and see what moral dilemmas we can put in them. For it's a worn out paladin wannabe who lost his hope. Do we find ways to give them chances to restore that hope, or do we just fully put them into a mood to take the hope that they lost and rewire it to a sense of vengeance against the people who fucked them over, so that he can finally chill the hell out because he's just tired of it all, right? And as a DM, it's fun to think about the Nexus events that lead up to what brought this character to be the way they are and how to key in on them, right? It's all just questions, and now you have that small foundation, and now it's time to build that up. But that is for a completely different time. Let me see. Is there anyone I can read off to? Ooh. Eh. Let's see. You know what? There was someone we raided into yesterday. They are currently working on cakes. So it's a completely different thing. But we're going to... What's it called? Here's a raid message. For people who are following me, here's a raid message. And for those who are not following me, I'm sorry because I keep forgetting to make a general statement. Oh boy. Kicks my you. There we go. Again, everyone, I will be back this Sunday with Reina Yukimura, who is essentially newer to D&D, so I'm going to pick their brain. Right? We'll be back Sunday, 2:30 p.m. EST. As more of like a daytime stream of the Yapping Porthole. It is 3:30 for me, so I gotta go to bed. Guys, if you've been here since the beginning, you're crazy for sticking with me for almost 5 hours. And again, thank you all for coming. If you want to come with me to the raid and say hi, you're more than welcome to. If you don't want to, because you gotta get the hell out of here, I fully understand. I hope you have a great night, a great day. Whatever time zone you're in, just hopefully it's a good one, man. Alright? So, other than that, I'll see you all later. Everyone, thank you again for indulging my madness. Good night. Good night.